we know what happened yesterday. I don't think I need to recap.
Enraged a bug.
Yeah, enraged a bug.
Touch a bug.
I listened to the part where I like gagged in the distance. I was like, "That's
so funny."
That's such a good sound effect.
It was so accurate. Like it did sound like someone just out of range was puking or gagging.
Yeah, I had to make sure that it sounded the way that I wanted it to. I was like, "Yay!" We'll be picking up on the beach after Inra has explained everything to you that Cordelia has. You guys have had your conversation with him. You definitely are keeping him a little bit more level-headed about everything. He may be more aware of his emotional turmoil, but that doesn't mean he's not going to ebb and flow with it.
Yeah, that is to be expected.
Yeah. As I'll sit there warming him up and him getting dry from the frigid late autumn ocean water. After a time, he'll be ready to kick off and finish it off the day as plotting, thinking, plotting some more, worrying all about everything that's going to happen once Moulderport is within your sights. You guys will finish off the travel to Calcheth over the next, I believe it was 5 days. I know I literally just went over this with myself.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. You guys are going to get to the Elder Twin River, which is a very wide body of water. But all along the shore are several ferry boats. Some obviously just for passenger, humanoid and small passengers. And there are obviously like larger, I guess barge would be the word, but they're a little bit smaller than that. The cost to get across, the fee to get across is only like 2 silver. It's nothing exorbitant. And Inra will take some of the coin that you guys had found in the treasure chest to kind of clean it up a little bit, give the man a gold, and he'll tell him to keep the change, which the guy is very appreciative of. The time to get across, it takes a little bit longer than you'd expect, but they are fighting a very strong current at the same time. So there's a lot of maneuvering and a lot of letting the river kind of take you downstream further than, it would be normally anticipated, but it's what it takes to get to where you have to go. And a lot of you guys haven't seen the Calcheth map, so I'm going to send you over to Calcheth for the short time you're there.
Yeah.
Yay.
Hello, Calcheth.
Canonize, I buy barding for Crow while I'm here.
Hell yeah. And we will have that happen. Except the thing of it is, I'll explain it to you. Welcome to Calcheth. Much water.
Whoa.
Yeah, this one's a little bit intensive.
Wow.
As you guys enter Calcheth, you'll see that it's a bustling place. Not as many people within the town center as there is at the docks, where you can see there are many ships. I almost said parked. Many ships docked. Maronna mia, my brain is gonna wake up eventually. Many ships docked and many more waiting in the river to have their space to unload their cargo and move on with their routes. Around, you can see many people just milling about, doing their own business. Not many travelers by land, it seems, coming through here. A lot of sailors and locals and farmers that are in the surrounding forested area are just here doing their day-to-day thing. And many people kind of give way to Igmut, as he does pretty much take up most of the road. But as you all travel through the plaza, there is going to be somebody who kind of waves and flags you guys down, and is going to be a fairly tall, dark-skinned man, bald head, but with facial hair like around his upper lip and on his chin. I don't know. I forget exactly what you call that type of facial hair. I should know this, but whatever.
Goatee?
Is it a goatee? I thought goatee was just the chin.
All facial hair is offensive to me, so.
All facial
We're not
hairs.
asking you.
But stands fairly tall, about 6'3" ish. Very muscular man, and he weighs weighs over to you guys, and Inra stops the cart and actually just immediately hops off, and he calls over to the gentleman. Vox, it's good to see you. And this man approaches, and it is good to see you as well, Inra, and goes over and gives him like a big ol' hug. And Inra says, we're just kind of passing through. I got a lot of things to take care of, but it is really good to see you, Vox. I'm sorry that like we're not really staying all that long here. And Vox says, oh, no, I understand. I know. And Rope's like, what do you mean you know? Says, Inra, we must talk. Quickly. I know you have things to do, places to be, but I know. Come to my home. And I was like, okay. What do you mean you know? As he's getting back on the cart and bringing Igma along to Vox's home and smithy, which is all the way over here.
Where is here?
Let me,
there you are.
yeah. This is you guys go through like a little park area and place Igma in the cart off to the side a little bit. You'll see a fairly open smithy that's attached to a home. Vox stands there underneath his little canopy that he has, and kind of just guides everybody over and inside, and he pulls up buckets and barrels and crates and just points to all of you to sit down and says, welcome to my home, my smith. My name is Vox, and I'm an old friend of Inra's and his friends. I'm assuming that you are his new travel companions, yes?
Yes, that we are. We're planning to help Inra, and his mutual friends have gotten into some trouble, so...
Right. Which I had some inclination of. Which, and Inra, you can see he's like about to open his mouth to say like, yeah, explain. And Vox just puts up a hand. I know. Inra, I had a vision. You know that I am a follower of Kossuth. And, always was. Even after everything that happened here. And one day during my reflection period, I was given word. I was given clairvoyance, I guess, if you were to call it that, about your situation, that Verdor, Shale, Robert, and Val, they were in trouble, and that you were traveling to assist them. And that I am supposed to help you. That you will need what I can provide. At this point, you guys will hear the door to Vox's home open up, and you'll see a little girl, kind of long bunch of curly hair, and she's gonna like kind of poke her head out, and she's going to see Inra, and there's just going to be like a and immediately little feet start running across the stone and like run over to Inra and give him a hug, and he like just kind of looks down and hugs her back and is like, oh, it's so good to see you, and like he picks her up, and he pulls up a little crate next to him, and he sits her down, and she just like stands there and like starts like kicking her legs, just smiling at him. And Vox says, "You can talk with him in a little bit, sweetheart. I just need to have a important conversation. Okay, you can be here. It's okay. Just we need to talk. All right? and she kind of does like the drag the pinched index finger and thumb across her mouth and like zips it closed.
Oh.
I don't know everything, and I'm sure I'm not meant to. But I know that time is of the essence, and that you can't stay here for very long. Inra, you have 9 days. Inra's face just drops. He's like, whoa, 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 hold. And you see him about to curse. Hold up. And then looks at the kid, making sure he doesn't curse in front of her. What do you mean 9 days, Vox? What do you... And Vox just puts up a hand. Just listen to me. Kossuth told me. Kossuth gave me the inspiration, the clairvoyance to know this information, okay? I trust the judgment. And there is a reason why Kossuth is helping your friends, or is giving you at least the assistance to help your friends. There is no guarantee that what I do for you and the information I give you equates to your success. But it's something. Right. Kind of shakes his head, looks at you guys. What interest does Kossuth have in all this? And at this point, the name drop has been enough. Everybody make a religion check.
Okay.
13.
Hey, not 20.
Hey!
Ooh, you know
14.
things. I do think in a side whisper, are you guys talking right in front of us?
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody sat down,
okay.
and this is happening in front of everyone.
Yeah, I do think there were a few false starts where Howland was about to do the thing.
He just keeps
Buckthorn
opening his
just
mouth.
quietly
And
like
to the door.
holding, Buckthorn just quietly like holding up his hand to Howland, like not yet, not yet.
You hear the, nice. That's kind of what I
That's
expected.
a 2.
Solid 3. Yeah.
Seems about right.
Yeah.
All right. So, just the general information that will inevitably be shared by Kim at this point with the nat 20. Kossuth is an elemental deity, or most commonly called a primal. He is one of many primals of fire. There are dozens to hundreds of primals that lay claim to the same thing. Just he's one of them. I don't need to go into the religious hierarchy of things. That's an unnecessary detail. But Kossuth is a very neutral figure as far as primal of fire goes, where practitioners and faithful of him are very much in the frame of mind that, you know, fire is both a destructive and healing force, where it can destroy miles miles of land and home, can burn down civilizations, but at the same time it can offer nutrients to the land in its wake to allow better, stronger growth to come from it. And it's also seen as something of healing, where, you know, cauterizing wounds, burning, festering pestilence, and all manner of things. And all the while, a natural, they deem like wildfires as just a natural thing that can happen. 9 times out of 10, they will probably just let them take their course. So a very, very neutral figurehead. And with that natural 20, I'll give it to you. You've heard of Calcheth. You've heard of them being a theocracy. And you would know that the 2 main deities that were worshipped here were, and Kossuth, Estitia being a primal of water. And they got along, but in your time frame, you wouldn't know of anything having been changed. But for player knowledge on this one, the last leaders of Kossuth tried to burn down the place.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh.
Yep.
the leadership, for now, has been completely dissolved, and it is a strictly Istitia-led theocracy as of right now. But any Kossuth followers are still allowed to be here, because mostly because of Vox, actually.
Yeah.
Because when everything went down, he helped the party. So he was kind of the.
Love Vox.
We love Vox.
We love Vox.
Yeah. he was a poster child of like, they're okay. Just some really shitty people were here who had a lot of power.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's Kossuth in the nutshell. But Vox will continue to say, Kossuth has offered his help because of Theodore. And Imra raises a singular eyebrow. Theodore? Yes, because of Theodore. When the fight broke out and Theodore was surrounded and he lost his Vox smiles, he lost his hand axe Jim. And Red just kind of like brings his hand to his eyes and starts rubbing. And he lost it in the Kossuth shrine. And when I had pulled it out for him, it was continually orange hot. He had passed through a rite of flame, a insurmountable odd to come out alive. That was a big deal. Passing through a rite of flame is not something that everybody does, and if they do, is seldom noticed. So the fact that Theodore did tells me, and from what was told to me by Kossuth, is that he has the capability of becoming a champion of flame. And Enra kind of like holds his hands up to like towards his shoulder and like leans back. He's like, I'm sorry.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
It really kind of looks back to you. Okay, so what champion of flame? Explain this to me. What is that? It is everyone who has been gifted the abilities by Kossuth is considered a champion of flame. Yadik Therodis, the young man that sadly our prior leadership wanted captured or dead, or well, you know how it all went. Yeah, I know. He is considered a champion of flame because he has been blessed with the powers of Kossuth. So he's rare, very, very rare, and he is the example of what Theodore could become. So I must speak with him, with Theodore, for the sake of communication with Kossuth. It was like, Zinra says, okay, so the only reason why Kossuth is helping us is to have Theodore? Is that right? In a way, but have is a bit of a powerful word for that. It is Theodore's choice.
Gods can appoint champions, but they tend not to force championship upon them.
Vox nods and kind of points like an open hand in your direction, Buckthorn. Your friend is right. That's how it goes, typically. So, that is why the help is here, yes. And Nurse says, okay, well, the help's appreciated, but 9 days? I'm not over that part. Yes, well, time is of the essence. Things are moving, things are changing. And you must adapt and change with it. Otherwise, you will not be there in time. And Imra kind of looks back to you, Asher. Asher, can you pull out your map for a moment, please? I just need to make sure I'm not hallucinating on how much time we have.
Yep, Asher will produce his map and spread it out on the table.
And you spread out, and I'm gonna have you make a cartographer's check using intelligence.
Just an intelligence roll.
Yes.
15.
15? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Without a doubt, tells you that 9 days is the minimum it's gonna take to get to Molderport. Minimum, and that's if you guys don't fuck up.
Yeah, Asher kind of rubs his chin a bit in thought at that. Don't suppose anyone has any suggestions for travel that doesn't require the standard methods?
And Rip shakes his head. I got nothing.
Buckthorn looks deep in thought. I'm consulting my spell list.
You got a handy transportation spell?
Not like that, but I'm looking. Gaseous
Helen,
form
like-
would be helpful, but not. I don't have that. I don't think.
I guess Crow rather. Crow cannot fly continuously for 9 days because, like, part of my thought is like, could we send anyone ahead on a quicker vehicle, so to speak? But
Only
Crow
as
needs to
fast
stop
as I
and
can-
rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does
Only
Igmit.
as fast as I can
So-
fly.
But I don't know if the fact that Crow could get to Molderport as the crow flies, so to speak, whereas we have to navigate the terrain. I don't know if how much that would make up for the fact that Crow would need to like rest as well. Just going straight would cut like a day off or something. But that also means sending 2 people ahead, splitting the party. So that's risky.
The best I have, honestly, is Longstrider, and that would just slightly increase our speed, but it wouldn't.
I'd say that it would
get
help.
us faster.
So
It would help, but it wouldn't be the huge leap.
Right. Here's what I'll say. If you guys, because obviously, the modes of transportation quickly are limited. For if you guys are going to go by land, which obviously is really your own choice here, that you guys can prepare all your means, all spells, inspirations, all these things to then, for like the span of time, I'm gonna have you do 2 checks to make sure that you guys do not have any issues, like getting there and avoiding any sort of dangers and things like that. There can be just checks for that in order to get there speedily, or at least just barely on time.
I have a possibility. It would involve us ditching the cart and going by boat to Molderport, which might go faster. I can, think once a day, conjure, or rather summon an elemental. I could summon an air elemental and like literally just like wind blast us as fast as we can towards Molderport by sea. It is a port city, so that might cut significant time off.
Let me pull up the map here. One moment.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so from Calcheth to Molderport via Woter is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh wait, no, I have the math for this. 17 days.
That does not make sense. Can I see the map, Gray?
Yeah. It's mostly because Molderport's in like a little
Nook there. We gotta
Yeah,
go like
nook.
all the way around, whereas on
Okay.
land it's a straighter shot.
Yeah, okay, I see now.
Cool, but could we attach
But
a sail to our cart?
hold on.
Get Igmit on the cart.
Hold on. You might have just pulled an ice raft. Hold on.
That might be possible where we
yeah.
like literally wheels and a sail or somehow otherwise like invent a motor for the first time.
I hate that Howlen is technically the one to suggest this.
Well, Helen
Or-
would suggest because of wings, air capturing wings.
Yeah, or we could try and hot air balloon it.
I'm not feeling slow.
Not if we gust them. Well,
That seems
technically that would be very
unnecessarily
unstable,
dangerous.
But I mean, Because
I mean, if we're in a port town, I'm sure they have sails we can borrow, hitch to our ride.
Yeah.
And
Motorport is so fucking far away.
This is such
The only
this is so
other-
Metanoia Blues of us, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. That being said, the only other thought I would have as Buckthorn is whether there is maybe a ferry crossing anywhere near Calcheth that we could possibly take from the fairy forest to the Golden Woodland and just like zoop over. I don't know if the Grove Tenders have that ability.
Ooh.
I feel like they might be able to. That seems like
That seems cool.
seems like a cool thing that they would be able to do.
I'm gonna have you. Oh boy, what do I have you roll for that?
Big brain check.
Yeah, it might. I'm gonna have you do history to recall.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
like a recollection.
Can I give it advantage? Because Golden Woodlands is near my neck of the woods, yeah?
Yes.
I will say
Take
so.
it as
I'm
an
also
advantage or
a
not?
fairy bitch. I'm also fairy folk, so I might know that.
Well, I'm
This is
leaving
specifically about the Grove Tenders.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Yeah.
gonna leave it specifically
okay, so
to
I
Buckthorn
went
on this because this is specific to him. So yeah, give me that history check. Let's see what happens.
Okay, I'm gonna
Let's go,
cast
cousin,
guidance
let's
on
go.
myself and history check. So I'll roll my
believe in
d4
you,
first.
Roll high.
1 + 1 to
Yep.
whatever I roll next.
Okay.
Oh.
Natural 20, let's go!
yeah!
Oh, finally, cousin!
Holy shit. Okay.
Clutch, clutch, thank you.
Okay, so interestingly enough, let me pull up my notes on everything because this is new, baby. All right, hold on.
Okay,
Yeah.
before you go into this, a
Yeah,
fun thing that Buckthorn can do at higher levels is literally teleport to the last place he rested.
Ooh.
It's a Circle of Dreams feature.
Oh.
So
Okay.
let that influence you in whatever way.
Okay. So here's what I can give you, Buckthorn.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the map that's still spread out and about, the Elder Twin River that goes into the fairy forest,
Mm-hmm.
right where you see kind of in like the nubbins part that it passes through, and it splits off heading south.
Mm-hmm.
In that
Times here.
area,
Sorry.
in that area, you would know of a Grove Tender sanctuary, and you know that there are at least. Hold on, I need to double check one. I need to double check a spell.
Is it transport via plants?
I think is either transport via plants or is it tree stride? I don't remember which one it is.
Tree stride is a short distance.
Tree stride short distance. Okay, transport via plants, 6th level. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna give you, because that was a natural 20. It was really good. I will
26
say,
even.
yeah, 26. Yeah, 26. You know that they have the capability of that spell, but not because they have an archdruid or archdruid. Oh boy, archdruid. Thank you. Or anybody who is any humanoid who's capable of that, but because they have a treant that is basically like the centerpiece of their sanctuary.
Nice.
I'm even going to give you on the natural 20 just a little bit of lore. And this is lore that has not come up since the test group.
Yay!
Many treants and woodwoads, all manner of tree folk, have a real big thing against the Babas. Huge, in fact. And there's a story that is told that somewhere in Eldarin stands a lone elder treant that resides in a field amongst the stumps of his fallen family, brothers and sisters, who were inevitably chopped down by Baba Wenti, and stands there waiting for his time to pass so he may reside with them.
I hate you, Crow.
Yeah, they don't like as a culture and as a people, they don't like the Babas whatsoever. So the fact that one resides and is probably the centerpiece of the power of the Grove Tender sanctuary is completely feasible, and will most likely have a means to transport you at least into the Golden Woodlands. And you're not exactly sure where. But
that still cuts days.
Yeah, no matter what, you're at least cutting. Let's see, from Calcheth, to get there would be 1, 2, 3, 4 to get in. Like if you manage to get a little boat to get yourselves there, and then no matter where you end up, you're at least cutting off a day or two. At least.
That gives us time to get caught up on other things.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what a natural 20 gets you.
Hell yeah.
That's awesome.
I think after a time of being quiet and contemplating the map, Buckthorn says, I may have a shortcut that we can use.
So do we.
We hold up like a ramshackle little model thing that we've made.
Just have like the scraps in Vox's workshop, and it just like holds it up.
I wouldn't call that a shortcut so much as a gadget. What were you saying, Buckthorn?
There is someone that I am familiar with, someone that I've worked for in the past, who may be able to grant us a boon and transport us from the fairy forest down to the golden woodland in the blink of an eye.
And Reb kind of like looks up at you, like shocked face. Okay, that's awesome. Where do we have to go?
I know the way.
Are we certain they'll agree?
You're 90% sure.
I'm quite certain that they will. We may need to offer a favor or some service in return, but I believe that it will agree.
Helen leans over to Vox and says, my cousin is very well connected.
I can see that. He knows what he's doing. God damn. Oop. And he looks down at his daughter, who's still there.
Are we to leave Igmut in the cart here then, or?
I think we may be able to bring Igmut along through the transportation.
Vox, can we leave the cart and and he looks over, and a donkey here? And Vox is like, sure, I don't mind. Who's going to come and get it? Is it going to be you? And he smiles, no, it's theirs. My cart is back in Timbermore that I gotta go get after all this is said and done. All right, yes, no, you can leave their cart here, and it also gives them a little extra incentive to say hello again.
I would have much liked to stay here and make your acquaintance, Vox. But, as you said, time is of the essence.
Indeed it is.
We should charter a boat to Filnay as soon as possible. Make as much headway as we can.
All right. And Vox stands up and kind of like slaps his thighs as he gets up. That is fantastic. I'm glad that you have a faster means to get there. But before you go, an extra part of the inspiration was, and he kind of like backs up, like rubbing his hands together. This, and underneath a canvas that was kind of in the corner, he throws up the canvas and like little bits and particles of things kind of float in the air, and you will see a full set of barding.
Ooh.
For Igmut.
Nice.
Oh.
For
Igmut
Crow.
gets an upgrade.
And for Crow.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh!
And
wait, did he see?
yes, he saw.
Divine inspiration.
Yeah. Saw you coming.
And a wonderful set of armor for Inra. A new breastplate. And Inra just kind of looks at that, shocked, looks over at Igma, looks over at it, and he looks to his daughter. Cover your ears. Vox, you beautiful fucking bastard. And he says, I know. Hold the applause. Come here, grab your shit. Come on. And he pulls up the armor, the breastplate for Inra, and he says, I know that I made you this brigandine armor. I know. But you're going to need a little bit more protection, my friend. Trust me. And he starts to help doff Inra's armor and put on the new breastplate.
Yeah, I'm gonna help Kim get Crow into his fancy new barding.
Yeah. And it's not leather, it's half plate.
Oh.
Kim is radiant.
You gonna hug him? Are you gonna hug him, Kim?
Absolutely. Pick them both up while he's dressing Inra.
He was like, thanks, Kim. Appreciate the hug. And Vox is like, ooh, nice big hug. and like wraps his arms around the both of you again, squeezes Inra more. He's like, okay, can't breathe.
Oh my gosh.
While all this chaos is happening, I do want a sneaky little insight check. Is Vox single?
Single dad. Oh.
Insight check, go.
I somehow knew.
That's a 25.
Oh my god.
Yes, he's a single dad.
Definitely will have to come back.
Oh man. Am I about to get another
I'm on
cousin?
the clock right now. I'm on the clock right now, but when I'm not.
Wow.
Everybody wants to kiss this man. Everybody.
I mean, we gave him a good man. Can you blame him?
No, I can't.
He's nice. He's tall.
He's a good dad, apparently. You know, like that's a plus.
No, the way that you described him, there couldn't have been more sparkles around Vox the moment he stepped into the. I've never seen this man before, and already I'm damn.
In Dream Daddy when they're like emojis are going everywhere. That's what happened with Buckthorn and Vox.
Good for him.
I love it.
I didn't think anyone was gonna say it, but I should have known better.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Jay,
You're just reading the room.
I know. Jay literally says all the time, does Vox want tongue with his kiss? Or like anything like that?
Well, does he?
What's he into?
Roll insight check.
Yeah, on that 25. What's the into?
You might like a little tongue.
Doesn't need to be that, but yeah, no, I will definitely come back to
Okay.
I wanted to ask, because like things are kind of calming down. If they're calming down, this is kind of after we've sort of settled this thing. And Inra's all like geared up. Is there any like little section of land here that Asher could take Inra out and draw his rapier and challenge Inra to a spar?
Oh, totally will be. So you know what? Here, hold on. I'm pulling up the fun music that I like to play whenever fun things like this happen. Fun.
I think
music.
everybody else is heading to like Buckthorn and co are probably like organizing travel plans of like, let's go find a boat that will take us as soon as possible to where we need to go as quickly as possible.
I want to watch the fight.
I'm gonna help with the fight, actually.
Yeah.
No, just
Okay,
between
well then.
us.
In which case, it's just Buckthorn doing that.
Oh, but like if
Buckthorn
they
and
don't want me to
probably
watch,
Vox.
Yeah.
is Asher saying like no, just us two?
One-on-one, Asher and Inra. That's what
Yes.
That's what
yeah,
Asher's
you can
got
With
have
no
an
audience?
Oh, you can watch. I'm just saying, like, Kim, don't help.
No,
Don't fight too.
Like, no, I'm not joining in.
Just wants to be
you
there.
can watch. That's fine. Audience is fine.
I'm not missing this.
So as everybody's armoring up, Crow now in a wonderful half plate barding, and Inra now in a shiny, bright and new breastplate where the shoulder furs that he has like still actually like fits on his shoulder and the strap goes across the breastplate.
Wow.
He feels so proper in this. And he's all smiles and he looks over at Igmut and like wiggles his eyebrows and points over to the barding. And
Oh my gosh.
Igmut, you see Igmut actually like roll his eyes, and Inra goes over, detaches him from the cart, brings him up onto Vox's landing, and you can see Vox's daughter like wants to go over to pet Igmut, and Inra's like, hold on. And Igma just like walks over to her, does like a nice big heavy breath, and like she kind of giggles and she like rubs up on him. And Inra in Orcish, I'm gonna just say this for the sake of everybody at home, saying, "Really?"
Oh no, he's a father too.
He's a father to Inra. Let's be honest.
Truly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Father bacon.
Okay.
He's a father figure to Inra at this point. I don't know what to say, what else to call him. It's so bizarre.
More like a father figure.
He bothers everyone else by running directly into him. Anyone who tries to give Inra shit,
yeah.
they have to be launched across the battlefield.
Monster truck crossfather, the best
Yeah.
combination.
Yes.
Vox and Inra both will have to work together to get the barding onto Igmut, but Igmut now has like almost like a helm on that manages to protect most of his head. There isn't necessarily like a saddle or anything that goes with the barding, but there is what's that fucking like little riding notch that is on saddles. I don't know what that's called.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh, I think it's a saddle horn.
Yes, that's right, saddle horn. Thank you. There is a saddle horn on it, but no proper saddle. But it is several pieces all put together, and he is in a serious amount of barding, and is ready to fuck up someone's day.
Excellent.
And kind of looks back at him and smiles and says a few more things in Orcish, and as Asher will take Inra's attention just over to behind Vox's place between the fields and the smithy. Inra walks out with you, so what do you have to say to him, if anything?
Yeah. Asher says while drawing his rapier, my hometown was a common pit stop for travelers. He kind of does a little flourish with the rapier. I sharpened my skills with sword by challenging various sword slingers who passed through. Gave me an opportunity, a broad education regarding how to evaluate and combat any opponent. And he points the rapier at Inra. What do you say?
He draws his sword. Just do me the favor. Don't stab me in my arm.
Oh, please. I'm skilled enough I won't stab you at all.
All right.
To kill him.
All right.
For glory.
Weird flex, but okay. Adra says.
I can take you down without hurting you.
Kick your ass, kid.
Kill a man with one thumb.
Yeah.
All right. So, oh boy. Sparring, just for the funny ha-has, to have it just kind of be like a singular or a couple rolls here. So let's see, to see if he catches on and what to do properly. I'm going to have you... You're already way more skilled than he is, so I'm not having you roll like attacks or anything for this. But what I'm going to have you do is... Actually, no, I am going to have you roll an attack roll. And this is just to, like, exhibit your skills. And what I'm going to have is, I'm going to have Inra do, I'm going to have him do tandem to see if he can match. Like, see, and I'm also going to have him do perception, I guess, to see if he's paying attention enough to catch on. I'm going to have him do the 2 rolls. So we'll see what happens, and we'll see if he gets any better at it. I'm using, whatever you roll, I'm using as kind of a DC. but kind
Okay,
of as
so
yeah, we'll see how I run with it. But yeah, I want you to make the attack roll.
Okay. So that's 24.
Okay.
Oh,
And they're like, oh.
Oh.
no mercy.
Oh,
What?
This silly bitch.
you roll another nat 20?
There's a nat 20 in there.
Yay!
You're a natural again.
I'm.
Inra.
I swear I should.
Inra is destined for Bard in this game.
I should like start like recording these because at some point somebody's gonna say I'm fudging the rolls, but I promise I'm not. I rolled a 20 and a 17.
Take a photo.
Damn, boy.
Whoa.
Yeah. Here.
Yeah.
Let's move the other dice out of the way. Yeah, I'll take a photo of it. And come on. There we go. Bam.
Make it.
Thank you, Sombrero. So, okay. For matching your, I guess, yeah, just your exhibit of martial prowess, I was the 17. And with his bonuses, I think that's a +4. So 21. Pretty damn close. And because he got the natural 20 to actually perceive and soak it all in, I'm going to say he meets and that he passes.
Yeah.
This is a success for him. So, my God.
Yeah.
He is the Shonen Jump protagonist.
He is.
Yeah, seeing Inra catch on, you can see a smile slowly grow bigger and bigger on Asher's face until it reaches his eyes, and the rest of the party actually hears him laughing a bit as Inra catches up with him and starts like meeting his attacks and parries and like almost gets a swipe in.
Yeah.
Is that the first time we've heard Asher laugh?
Yes.
Yo.
Genuine laugh. Oh my god.
Oh my God.
It's happening. It's all happening.
Oh no, I got a big old smile on my face. I love it.
You've heard his little chuckles before, but not like this. This is a full chest
He's
laugh.
having fun.
He is.
Oh, that's great. Oh, my heart. Yeah. And Imra's just as smiles where he's actually seeing himself he's proving himself to himself. He had never been great at anything like swordsmanship. When he was working with Theodore and Val, he was subpar at best, and he recognized that. But in this moment, whatever has changed in him is showing, and he is so goddamn happy with himself. Mostly because he's seeing the happiness coming out of Asher, and it's infectious to him.
Yes, on my face.
You guys are at this for however long, and when all is said and done, you both are breathing heavy, smiles on your faces, beads of sweat on you. But Asher, you can say in full confidence that if you keep this up, he's going to know better. He's going to have learned by the time that you all get to Mulderport the basics and then some. He's gonna be something to reckon with, especially if he can reckon with you.
Indeed.
My goodness.
As you're taking off his glasses to like clean them. Afterwards,
My boys.
that lingering smile.
Both Vox and his daughter like start clapping.
Yeah. Imagine how
Yeah, we
Len
are.
and Kim are both like cheering.
Yeah, how Len leans across and says like compliments, many compliments to the fighters.
Asher does a little flourish and a bow, and then like nudges Inra with his elbow, like, take a bow. You've earned it.
Imra does the same way. He takes a nice deep bow.
Look at him. His riz is growing by the day.
You brought him to us rizless, and we returned him to you. Like
So rizzed.
Riz full. Look at him, he glistens.
Look, why are you quoting Helen right now? He is so impressed by the armor as well. Like it suits Inra. It's so glistening. It's catching all the light from the seaside village, isn't it? I reckon he looks like a little landed star at the moment.
Oh.
Your crush is showing, cousin.
Did you say that out loud? What a crush is? Did you say that out loud?
No.
I don't even know if Howland would know how to piece that together if you said it. Okay, good. Say nothing. You're not my cousin anyway.
That got me
I'm sitting here
lightheaded.
writing lyrics about how glistening Inra looks in the sun. Is that not normal behavior?
Wait, I'm gonna roll and see if I can notice. Damn it, that's a
Notice
7.
what?
I don't notice. Notice your crush happening.
What's a crush?
You know that happy
Fair
feeling
feelings
in
are
your
crushed.
belly? I thought they crushed
It's
their
gay
enemies.
time.
Yes, we crush skulls.
It's the only crush Howland knows.
All of this is happening in meta, by the way, not in
Yeah.
canon.
Yeah.
Canon
No, I
is
get
writing
it.
lyrics, and literally Mim is sitting here writing about what they're. And Howland doesn't write, I guess. Have I described Howland writing, or does he just recite?
Recite
It
mostly.
Does he have
makes more
hands?
sense to recite.
He does,
He
right?
does have hands. We have this question every session.
I
He does have
forget.
hands.
I'm
No,
stupid.
it's okay. I forget. Because he could use, you know, it
I'm
would be cute
assuming
for
he's a
Al to use
Rito.
quill.
Yeah.
Kind of. Oh yeah, no, but he has hands. So you
Yeah.
can catch him. But yeah, no. You will hear him sort of reciting. It's not just about Inra. It's also Asha.
Yeah.
Something about the laugh, I think. But like, yeah.
Sends shivers down my spine.
No.
Is that just me? Okay.
Even Kim hasn't
Oh.
heard it, and Kim's been traveling with
sorry, beg your
Asher
pardon.
longer.
Yeah, no,
Asher
actually, I
laughing.
take that back. I'm not observant enough to notice a laugh. I just know that it's a joyous occasion. There is much joy
Incredible.
and sparkle.
Much sparkle. All
So
right.
much sparkle.
So I know Buckthorn was getting the boat at the same time as all
Yes.
this. So
Yeah.
We're all just fucking around.
So somebody has to get the Uber.
somebody's got to
Maybe
Maybe
get
Yes.
the
Uncle
Uber.
Vox can go with you.
Oh my god, can he?
No, Vox was watching.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another time. Another time.
In another life, I meet you.
Lovingly strokes the doorknob on your way out.
Not the knob.
I know what I said.
Rom strikes again.
God,
Rum
I
is
love
actually
you
the
guys.
worst sometimes.
Covertly. I gotta charge up every one of my attacks when they hit you.
Oh god. So what is possible is that, especially since going into the fairy forest is not something a lot of people do in Calcheth, what you can find and what you will inevitably find is that there is the opportunity for the quote-unquote junkyard barge, where people leave them to either be, scrapped or for somebody just to literally pick up and utilize because they're probably a little fucked up. But you can find one, and if you guys want to spend, you have plenty of carpenters around, and you also have Vox, who would probably be more than willing to at least patch it up well enough that it will get you guys to where you need to go.
Okay.
Nice.
Sounds good.
All right.
Give him a little wink and flirt with him. See what you can get him to do for us.
I
Respect
don't
this
think I
man.
need to.
No, you definitely don't need to.
Yeah, but like, can't hurt.
We're on the clock. Kim.
We're on the
We're on the
clock. So,
Multitasking.
for the sake of brevity, I'll pull it together.
What's brevity?
Who's that?
Who's
Don't
brevity?
know.
Who is this bitch? I'm going to just I'm going to do like a carpentry and a smithing roll for Inra and Vox in tandem. They both roll
Okay.
completely fine. Everybody collects, everybody gets their crew together, their armors together, their supplies together. Inra will grab some of the unused crates of Vox, and Vox will bring some pieces of scrap metal that he honestly was probably just going to smelt down and use for something later, but he deems this a very important need. And they will patch up holes, replace planks, and at a pretty good pace, the two of them working together. You guys have... I'm not sure if you guys really have at all seen Inra doing his carpentry work, but we
have not.
Oh well, he's a skilled carpenter. He, I think had told some of you guys, or maybe just Kim or somebody down the line, that it was his parents who taught him carpentry. And so he grew up with it, and he knows what he's doing. And working with Vox, an obvious, very good smith, they get it done quick, they get it done well, and you all looking at it, it's just a flat barge. There's not really much to it. You're pretty sure that even if you were to hit a rock, it might actually still serve you well.
That's good.
Wow.
They just kind of give each other like the... what is it? The like the Predator handshake when they're done.
Beastmaster.
Yeah. They got you pushing pencils. Is that the fucking line in the movie? I don't remember. Fuck, I haven't seen that in a long time.
I've never seen it.
It's all right.
Anyway.
I don't know. Anyways. But they're proud of their work, and you guys now have a barge that is big enough for Crow, for Igmut, for all of you, and enough space where if you guys wanted to, you could pitch up some canvas tents. It's gonna be a little tight, but it can be done. But again, for brevity's sake, you guys will be pretty much forced out of Calcheth very quickly. Even with the extra time, there shouldn't be much to waste. Vox will see you guys off. He will provide you guys some supplies, some food and whatnot on the go, and will give you all a good luck. And specifically, he's going to grab Inram by both of his arms and say, "This is a very big journey for you. And no matter what, for those of us who know what you have done and what you are doing, we are proud of you. You are doing a lot for your friends. A lot more than many other people in this world. Be proud of that." And Eren nods and thanks. The affirmation is really appreciated. They both nod at each other. One final hug, gives a hug to Vox's daughter, and you guys set off on the barge, heading down the Elder Twin River into the fairy forest.
Cool. I think part of what Buckthorn was doing as this is preparing his spells. Does the barge have a sail? One.
Yes, it has
oars.
It has oars, and it does have a mast. We'll say that amidst all this, you guys managed to grab a sail. And it's going to be a nice big top-down view of what it looks like as you guys are in the fairy forest. Big trees, little brook.
Sounds good.
Oh wait, I had a question.
Yes.
Never mind. Might have been important.
Okay, it's gone now.
Yeah. Oh no! Does Inra know how to use a shield?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Can he get trained? Because we got a shield maiden here.
That is true.
Yeah.
I'll say
we're training him up for.
Yeah, sure, we'll give him a
making him
shield. Fuck
juicy.
it. I'll say he will probably feel more comfortable using a buckler shield, the one that just attaches to the forearm and is really lightweight.
Yeah.
So he'll have
Absolutely.
that. We'll say that Vox gives him that as well. Just a nice little buckler shield for a +1.
Wait, no, can I buy it for him? Get as a little gift.
Oh, okay, yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really cute. I love it. Yeah, you can buy for him, and are you giving it to him like as you're on the barge? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be he's gonna kind of give you like the doe eyes and like the ones that he gave when the party gave him his fiddle.
Oh.
He just kind of like looks at you and just
Okay,
like,
there's no way that like Inra has a flat charisma stat at this point. Come on.
all right, I'll give him a 12. He's already at 11.
Yeah, he needs
I'll
some
give
plus.
it to him. Just changing stat blocks on the fly.
Look,
He deserves it.
it's his character development arc.
Yeah.
He's been building up to this, and now he's finally like restatting.
You know he
earned it.
is. He has earned it. This boy's been through a lot. He's earned it.
Would you say we are in a barge
Yes.
right now?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like a huge flat boat.
yeah.
Like a,
Big ol'
airplane
raft.
characters, that, but like squashed.
Okay.
Squashed vertically. I'm painting a picture.
Okay. Oh, plane carrier. Is that what you said?
Airplane carrier, yeah.
Oh, right. No, I didn't hear the words at all. They just cut out for me.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just realized too. We know about Asher having a sibling. Yeah.
Yep.
You
No,
mentioned it.
Inra and Helen heard him talk about it,
Heard it.
and I
Yeah.
believe Kim and Buckthorn have picked up on it as well, probably.
Yes.
Mhm.
So everyone knows now.
Yeah. No, I just remembered because your little fight. I was like, there's something so playful about this, and it's like,
And like
Yeah.
familial even. Like what? I love him.
Helen's not smart enough to piece that together, but Mim in the background is like, so just so you know.
That's a direct quote.
Yeah.
I'm gonna teach him some little maneuvers on the barge, even
Okay.
though we don't have much space.
That's fine. You guys can make space as best you can. And
Good.
being on the barge definitely gives him a little bit of a challenge because it's not, solid ground under his feet.
Yeah, yeah.
So we'll do the same thing actually. We'll see if he picks up on the shield just as well as he did with his short sword against Asher's rapier. So
Nice.
I'll have you roll an attack roll. You're not necessarily sparring per se in this scenario, but you're still doing your best.
Demonstrating.
Demonstrating, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna roll with my hand, so I'm gonna be punching at his shield.
Okay.
Oh my god.
That's a natural 20.
Oh no!
Don't send him off the boat.
God, I hope. I honestly, out of all the times, I hope he gets a nat 1. No, but he doesn't. He doesn't get a natural 20 this time, but he rolls average. Being on the barge and you don't go easy on him. You're just like learn, and like he stumbles over a couple times. He's not used to using his offhand or in this case off forearm to block. He's very much a duelist. I think is the term for it. So he's getting used to it. Just it's not protagonist progression on this one.
No.
Yeah.
He needs to have some difficulty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he's better at attacking than defend. That's an interesting thought process, especially considering he just stabbed a Kenku through the face recently.
True.
Prey becomes predator.
Anyway.
I want Buckthorn.
Yes.
Roll me an insight.
That's a 16.
16. Okay, that's enough. Throughout your time traveling with Inra and Igmut, 9 times out of 10, Igmut is very unattentive to whatever you guys do. He's usually very focused on the road ahead and what's around. He hardly gives a shit what you all are up to. But, and you think back, during even the spar with Asher, and now on the barge, the training with Kim, and seeing Inra be so dedicated to this, Igmut's now paying attention to what you guys are doing with Inra. He's focused in.
Nice.
Just something to mention.
Yeah. Can I appear beside? Oh, sorry, Buckthorn, you go first.
Yes, I do want to attend to our travel issues. So I've stacked Buckthorn with as many move water spells and like get us up the river as quickly as possible. So I think what I'm going to start doing is using my second level spells to cast Summon Beast and basically summon some sort of like dire beaver or some sort of strong swimming animal to pull the barge
Dire
upstream.
beaver. Is that a real thing, or did you just make that up?
No, but it's canon now. Dire beaver gets summoned. Sure, I like that. I love it a little too much.
What if a beaver was just very big?
I just think to Avatar Last Airbender, where it's like a conglomeration of like two animals for some reason.
Yeah.
A platypus the size of a bear, kind of thing.
I
guess I could technically go like a moose because they do swim, but like
this is really oh god, moose swim. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
Moose are the worst in like every scenario. I love them.
Moose are incredibly terrible and majestic. They're the perfect animal.
They do Buckthorn, fellow antlered animal. But then again, so does it like a round beaver.
Well, I like the idea of dire beaver, so we'll give you that to help with the barge along.
So whenever there's like either people are taking a rest from rowing or the current is like particularly strong, Buckthorn is like summoning animal or using control water or tidal wave or whatever to just like push us up the stream as like quickly and efficiently as we can.
Right on. Okay.
Nice. Meanwhile, I'm like floating over to Asher. You like books? What's another word for glowing? Gleaming? Glistening?
Radiant?
Radiant. Radiant battle clash by the sea. Helen like starts pacing around again. Going between watching more spars and fighting. Luminous.
Message?
You're fighting, I believe. This is while you're sparring with Inra. Lumin.
Vibrant. Blazing.
You just heard him wander off, murmuring, seeming to try and compose something. With the strumming the...
Asher goes back to his journals.
So, on the river, there's not really going to be much in the way of encounters, honestly. Not much really happens here. There aren't like river beasts that anybody's aware of. There is seldom travelers ever like pass each other by on the river, and even if there's like something happening on the shore, it could never affect you where you are. You're in the middle of this gigantic wide river. It's you're just on your own, and this is the most calming journey that you could fucking have.
You say that, and Buckthorn is out here like measuring out spell slots and like wild shape to get us as quickly along as possible. Like, and he's probably going to be like taking his long rests during the day when other people are rowing or whatever.
Okay.
A nice calm thing. Buckthorn sweating buckets out here trying to keep us afloat.
I will say, just as a little flavor thing, between the sparring and training and talking with you guys, Inra is going to do a couple things. One, he's going to take a loose nail that he's found and just kind of fashion it into a little hook, and he's going to take some rations or what have you, and he's just going to fish just for the fun of it, just as like you guys are going along the barge. He just has like nice. some string and has like tied it up, and he's just like dragging it behind you guys to see if he catches anything. That's
boy.
cocked. Let's see if he gets anything. Yeah, he gets one.
Yay.
That's enough for him to feel a little victory.
Nice. Meanwhile,
Self-esteem
Buckthorn
fishing.
transforms into a crocodile, submerges himself underwater, swims up current, dragging the barge along for a little speed boost for like 3 hours.
Inru's
then-
fishing.
Oh, gosh.
Buckthorn's working.
Again, his hands look like this, so that
mine look like this, so his look like this.
This crocodile
It's just
hands.
like it's just like a crocodile's foot, and Inra holding a like small fish.
Wait, I want to crowdsource. So whoever's within earshot again, Howlen is now reciting stuff, yeah? He will say, okay, so along with this drumming, a craftsman and his child in a city by the sea spoke to an open flame and returned with prophecy. 9 days we have to save the heroes from their horrid luck. And then a long pause. What rhymes with luck?
On a barge, pulled along by Cousin Buck.
Cousin. Helen looks around like, where is Buckthorn?
You just see like a sort of ripple in the stream ahead, and like a rope off the side of the barge.
I think Helen has just noticed how hard you're working and is like, and then like tries to go look and see. I don't think Helen has internalized that you turn into animals yet. So he will go and try and help. I can bring out my unseen servant too to see if it can do anything to help.
I don't think it can move
What?
that fast.
I have the spell unseen servant. It's just a little guy that runs around and does stuff.
Yeah,
Oh my
cleaning,
God.
Mindless.
mending.
Invisible
It's
little
You are
man.
mindless.
rich.
It's just a spell.
It's just a
Hey,
spell.
what's his face? Ramiro had them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was completely different.
It's an
I
extension
love
of.
Ramiro.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the problem.
We just collaborated on a song. I would never call him Cousin Buck, though. That's rude. Makes him sound like a horse. Which he apparently can be.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's appropriate.
Yeah, Unseen Servant cannot help in
Too much.
this. Yeah, they.
Yeah.
You can mentally command the servant to move up to 15 feet and interact with an object. That's as far. That's as
Yeah,
fast
like-
as he goes.
If you need it to hold a rope, but it's not really doing much.
Can he rub my shoulders? Like that would help because I'm rowing so hard.
And
the unseen servant gently fans Kim.
yeah,
I love that. That's
is that the
great.
only word that rhymes with luck? Luck.
Well,
Fuck.
I've got
Rock.
other ones, but they're not.
Suck. Cuck.
The room falls
that out.
silent.
Cut that
I was waiting for the second word to pop up. I'm like, come on, I know you're gonna say it. You're gonna say one version or the
I
other.
didn't even. I was going through the alphabet, so I was like, yeah, that's a word. Did not click
Duck.
what word it was.
Yeah, the famous no filter. We're very familiar.
Oh gosh.
Pluck, struck.
Struck. Yeah, I was gonna shrug.
Slant rhyme,
kind
like
of.
frolic.
Take an inspiration dice
Four.
for the music conglomeration.
Excellent. I'll put it in.
Okay.
Does Inra not have a word?
No, you got no. He was gonna say duck.
Duck works. I
Muck.
heard him say another word then.
Upchuck.
I'm honestly
A muck?
surprised we've gone this far without no one saying fuck.
I know we're deliberately avoiding
I'm gonna
it.
say it like some people. I think before I
Hey?
say the word.
Thunderstruck.
Thunderstruck. Oh man.
Muck.
All right, so you're traveling along, all the off time, all the hard work that Buckthorn puts in, the training, the musical creation. Several days will pass, and on the third day, you guys will see the precipice of the fairy forest. Its woods are like a wall. it's a very clear divide between the plains and open area and this forest. Buckthorn, you're going home.
Yeah.
Kim, there's a familiarity with where you are going. And it's nice. It's all just a nice feeling to be in this area again. And even for Inra, he'll tell you guys, if you were to take this river a couple more days down, you'd get to where I grew up. Yokati.
Aww.
I wonder what's changed at home. It's only been
Maybe.
2.5 months, 3 months maybe.
Maybe we could visit it on the way back.
Could show everyone how much you've changed.
That'd be nice. I think I'm due back. If nothing else, for a little bit of closure. I think that'd be really nice. On the 4th day, Buckthorn, you will divert the barge onto shore. Right, at least in the few mile radius of where you know the Grove Tender Sanctuary is. And everybody disembarks, and you all kind of look back at the barge. And it says, "You served us well. See you never." And
Did we set it on fire?
Let's not.
yeah, let's not do that. And it was like, somebody might get the wrong idea. It would be ceremonial, but you know. Somebody else might get use out of it. And you just kind of like pass the side of it.
Good point.
Whereabouts on the map are we, sorry?
You guys are, I can't really like circle it for you, but in the little nubbins of the fairy forest, like the southern part of the fairy forest where you see the river cut right into it and it kind of makes that T. You guys are right at the cross point. Right where it goes perpendicular.
Okay. Before Heel Cuddy.
Yep, before
Okay.
Hilkadi.
Ooh, we're heading back to my hometown too.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. I think as Buckthorn steps ashore, there's this sort of deep inhale of like, you see this sort of leaves and flowers that he almost quite literally grow on him as an Eladrin sort of grow a little more vibrant, a little stronger. And I think he will cast Speak with Plants and go to the nearest tree and basically send word ahead to the Grove Tenders that Buckthorn, Ambassador of Thomarin, is coming to speak with the great
The
tree.
big cheese. The big trees.
The big cheese.
The big trees.
I love that. All right, yeah. Word can be sent ahead. All right, so Buckthorn, sending passing the message along through the interconnected web of trees throughout the fairy forest to the grove. You know that Grove Tenders will often speak with plants on the daily to see if anybody has passed by, if there's any enemies near. So the message will be there by the time you probably arrive. So what I'm going to have you do is survival with advantage to get there, Buckthorn specifically.
20.
Yeah, totally fine. Oof. By day's end, you will get to the grove, and as everybody is walking through, following Buckthorn, you can see the forest is, it's late autumn now, and the trees have lost their leaves and their color, and even though there is no substantial foliage amongst the trees, it is still a thick canopy with how old and large these trees are. There is plenty of like thick piles of leaves on the ground that's at certain points trudging through, depending on how thick the canopy is. The piles of leaves go up to your knees, and Inra kind of like has a little fun kind of kicking the leaf piles a little bit. And
He's but a boy.
he's but a boy. On the occasion, you'll see smaller animals and creatures scurrying around, being foraging for the last bits of food that they can before winter arrives. And many times you will walk by burrows and you can see little beady eyes or snouts kind of poking through, examining, sniffing the air as you all pass by. And as Buckthorn stops you all at the precipice of the grove, y'all don't see anything. And it's confusing at first, and even Inra kind of like looks around and gives a shrug, and he doesn't exactly understand what's going on here. But through an illusion, you will see several individuals walk out, at least 10, between other Eladrin and dwarves and centaurs. And you'll also see one that I can't remember the name of, and for some reason the supplementary book that I had where this creature comes from, I have lost the book somehow, and I'm really upset about it. But they are like centaurs, but they have they're more like deer. I can't remember their freaking name.
Not like a satyr.
No, because
That's more like a goat, right?
Servitor? I don't know.
I don't remember. But they have this they have more deer or elk-like features as far as the lower body and the antlers upon their head, and they have these like longer ears that kind of flop down to the sides of their heads, and they tend to have like this almost purplish hue to them on the regular.
Never heard of them. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm gonna have to look at that for later. I'll just probably send you guys a picture. I'm like, I'm not crazy. But
Throw it up, Sombrero.
thank you, Sombrero. he's probably just gonna say not great, crazy. All these individuals come out of the illusion and will address you all. I'll say that the one centaur among them will address you, Buckthorn, through Druidic, so nobody else will understand this. Is going to go through the series of like password questions to see your response. And of course you pass with flying colors, and they'll approach you, reach down and shake your hand, and will give you all welcome, in that as long as you are within the grove, you are safe with them. And you Buckthorn, essentially take up the mantle of the trustworthiness of those you travel with, in that they will not share the information as to where the grove is.
Yes, I vouch for them.
And as you all,
the only one I would maybe be worried about is Asher, but I feel like
Asher's not making a map for this. He can read a room.
Thanks.
You all are.
Can read a room because he's a cartographer.
You are given passage through the illusion, and Inra kind of like pauses as he like kind of sticks his hand through a little bit first and pulls it back out. Looking at it, he's like, "Oh, this is crazy." All right. Walks his way through, and
you are such a shonen protagonist, Inra.
Right?
I love you, dumbass.
Ichigo.
Asher casts Inra fond look as Asher full body goes through the veil.
He'll smirk, and as you all push through, you can see a complete community in this grove. Amongst the trees, there are several like tree houses that are attached. They almost look like birdhouses almost, that are attached to these gigantic trees, like snaking all the way up in a spiral. You'll see plenty of huts and tents on the ground. There are some more permanent settlements that are on stilts above, and you'll see so many people here. It's, to those who are unfamiliar with a grove, it is it's shocking. At least that all these people are hiding behind an illusion. I don't think really any of you besides Buckthorn really knows what the Grove Tenders are for or what their deal is, right? I don't think any of the characters know.
No.
Yeah, wouldn't think so.
I think Buckthorn might be the only one, and we didn't cover any dialogue about it necessarily on the way here. And I think part of that is in part Buckthorn being like,
secret to
I'm not
everyone.
supposed to, a little bit like discreet of like, these are people that I work with who are not part of the embassy of Thomarin, who have the good of the world in mind, and are enemies of the Babas.
I'll have.
But
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But I'm basically saying like, this is exceptional circumstances. I would not normally call on them for personal favors, but this is something bigger. I can feel the significance of the main characters.
Oh god, he's genre aware.
Yeah, that is it.
That's Buckthorn's thing, yeah.
I'm genre savvy, and my role is wise guide.
Yeah.
I will have.
Guide.
I'll have everybody else. So Asher, Kim, Helen. I'm even gonna have Inra roll an insight check for the people around.
I got
18.
13.
Okay, 13, 18, and 8. Okay, yeah, Inra rolled the same as you, Kim. He's not picking up on it.
We're too cute for this.
Yeah.
Gosh, honestly, I feel like as if you needed any proof of how significant this was, like INRA-wise. You know what I mean? Like, this is massive.
Yeah.
Just got shown to a secret place
Yeah.
to help you and your friends.
This is he's honestly he's caught in the awestruck of it all.
Yeah.
So this is incredible to him, and he's not picking up on the context of it. He just understands that Buckthorn is a part of something really crazy to him. But I will say Asher's insight is enough. I'm gonna say Howlin might. I'm gonna leave this one to player discretion on this one as to whether Howlin picks up on this. But Asher, you will see that the way that these people are set up and the way that a lot of them are existing and living is not indicative of permanency. These individuals definitely seem to be... You know what it's like if people travel around. There's no means of egress that you are noticing, like people have carts or anything like that. It's nothing of the sort. It seems like these people are living minimally, and the way that some of them appear and the way that some of them are also injured, you get the idea these are refugees.
I see.
Looking at Buckthorn now, you understand a little bit more.
Yeah.
So, Mim, I leave that to you what Howlin picks up from that. But you don't have to go over it now, but
Yeah,
let's
like,
see.
just see Asher's eyes like scan over the surroundings and then kind of eventually drift back to Buckthorn as he's making connections, but he doesn't bring that up now. Not really the time.
Yeah.
And I think the main thing I can expect Howlin absorbs from that is that he's not surprised necessarily because he has such a high opinion of Buckthorn to come here and feel that something important, this represents something important. It's that's probably how it registers to him, not the specifics, but more, yes, this is more important work that my cousin is doing. More of the same. Little puff of pride, he thinks.
It's actually like quite cute how much he respects him.
It really is.
He left home to travel with Buckthorn.
Yeah.
He lifts everything he knew to travel with this guy, and this is like confirmation of that. Somehow in a way that Howlin doesn't quite get. But he can feel it, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. I think as Buckthorn approaches, you see him like greet a lot of people and like genuinely like make connections, do the small talk thing and speak warmly, exchange greetings, a lot of hurried of like, yes, unfortunately I'm just passing through, I've got important business. I hope you're doing well, that sort of thing. A lot of it is in like alternating probably like Sylvan, Druidic, fairy language. And like I would like to ask my fellow players in INRA to give me an insight check on Buckthorn.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
2.
Oh no.
Do I get any familial advantage?
Nat 20.
Hey.
Baby.
Really?
Damn. 17.
Then we got a 15.
Okay. I think then I feel like Howlin is just like, yes, this is the proper thing. This is how it should be. My highly respected, well-connected cousin. This is perfectly normal. I think Inra and Asher probably see that like this is much closer to Buckthorn's true home. These people are not just like people that he is making like friendly connections with in sort of a diplomatic way or in like an itinerant traveler way. This is like, these are his people, and being here has already made him kind of homesick of like, gosh, I wish I could just stop for a moment and actually catch up with people. On a nat 20 with Kim, these people are to Buckthorn the way that your village is to you.
Aww.
Almost exactly the same of like, Buckthorn has witnessed a lot of trouble in this world. The war with the Babas has been going on for a long time. A lot of people have been hurt. A lot of people have had their families sundered by the work of Baba Wenti and her ilk. Medensk was not the first time that Buckthorn has seen something like that happen, probably. Even if it was like the first time maybe he was like personally involved in taking it down. But like, it is not, I would say, an unheard of thing for him. And the way that Kim became a shield maiden and has ventured out into the world to save her grandmother and save other people from her village who were stolen away. Buckthorn is a part of this community and goes out into the world for this community to not only ensure their safety, but to make the world a place where others don't have to suffer the way that his people have.
Aww.
There's a lot of heavy emotions in Buckthorn at this, and like, he is so aware of how important Inra's friends are to Inra and also like to the world. It seems there's too much weird stuff happening to them. He's too experienced to not see them as like some kind of significance. There's like no way this is coincidental.
Got the foresight.
Yeah. So he's pulling out all the stops.
Wow.
Wow.
That's your cousin.
Damn.
My chest hurts.
How many ugly cries have I done in this one session? I'm just sitting here like wiggly faced.
Oh God.
So much emotion.
So
Yeah,
much.
The only reason why Buckthorn isn't stopping to explain or introduce people or take his time and like really enjoy the scenery, which is what I think Kim and Asher and even Hal Len know him to be. Inra's kind of seen Buckthorn more on the like business side of things. Like usually he isn't this sort of goal oriented.
Straight to the point. Yeah.
Yeah. Usually he will take his time, but
no time to take time today.
Yeah, we have 5 days left to mount a rescue.
Gonna make it count.
Yeah.
As you guys continue through the grove, being led to the great tree. Thank you, Tails Tavern, for having a great tree map just at the ready.
Yeah.
So let me grab that real quick.
Tree.
I love trees.
Very good.
You guys are led to the tree, and it's in its own like separate little. I don't want to call it grove, not a grotto either. Clearing, yeah, it's clearing. But it stands on a small little moss-covered island where there are 4 stone bridges at each cardinal direction, lined with green everbright crystals leading to its base. You can see that there's just a shallow pool that has many like lily pads and water growing plants. You will see other like little small fishes and amphibians in there as well as you walk over this bridge. As you approach, in an echoing voice, I'm not sure if my echo button is going to be good for this one. It might just sound like I'm in a cave. So, Sombrero, if we can put an echo effect on this one, that'd be great. Thanks.
Echo.
The treant speaks to you, Buckthorn.
I have been told of what you need. Tell me, why?
I have come to travel with this young man here, and his companions are 4 individuals of great significance. I feel that helping them, that rescuing them from an unjust fate at the hands of mortal corruption is vital.
You guys will feel the wind kind of like blow from your backs forward as it seems the treant takes a deep breath. This is one powerful being, and you can feel it just in that moment, and especially more as you all look upwards and you can see that it towers, tens of feet tall over you. And as it takes the breath, it almost seems like the bark expands and then contracts as it exhales. And you see no face in all of this. Like, there's no face speaking with you, it's just a voice being projected. They will say,
"May the boy step forward."
And a kind of shifty eye looks around at everybody.
Buckthorn gives him an encouraging gesture.
He takes some tedious steps, but steps forward, and you see one of the branches reaches out and down, and you can see like the forms of a hand and these large foliage covered fingers, and it kind of like reaches behind him and like doesn't touch Inra, but like kind of like cups around him, and the hand just gently places itself on the ground and kind of divides Inra from all of you for a moment before lifting up once more. And they say,
"You are a child of the forest as well."
And Imra says, kinda, I guess. Outside the forest, but nearby. And there is a small kind of like...
That is still forest, nonetheless. You...
Oh man, how does this thing want to say this?
You are one of us. And you already are touched by several of our kind. They guide you. They protect you. And they've been with you all your life. These people that you seek to rescue, they are important to you, yes?
Imra nods. Very much so, yeah. Another deep inhale and the wind blows at your backs one more time.
Then do what you must. I will get you there.
And you start to hear cracking and pulling of wood as at the root base you can see ever-bright crystals wrapped in roots being exposed to the air, and you can see almost like a step or a stairway, a natural stairway of stone leading downward, and a bright green opaque wall of light.
You may go.
Our eternal gratitude.
And it's not so much words, but a feeling of a welcoming expression back.
I think Buckthorn bows very, very low, so low that like his forehead touches one of the roots, and he sends a little spark of druidic magic to the tree in thanks.
All right.
And then gestures for his friends to follow.
Okay. So you guys follow down into the root mass of the Elder Treant. In an instant, as you pass through the light, you are sent into the Golden Woodland, where here it's a little warmer, and the trees still have their golden yellow leaves. You're surrounded by towering white trunks of trees. Look like birch, but I think I've made this description before on Puzzlebox, but they are very similar to aspen trees, like here in the US. And just like the fairy forest, they tower above. And Helen, you recognize this place. You recognize it very, very clearly. This is the home to you now. Not home, but home. As the last of you travel through, the tree that you had transported through closes the portal, and you are now in the middle of the forest. And Buckthorn, as the portal closes, the last bit of information, or the last signal, I guess I'll say, that you receive is to head southeast.
Okay.
And then finally the portal closes and you guys are all left in the middle of the Golden Woodland.
Yeah. Should I roll a survival check?
Absolutely.
Can I ask Howland to fly up above the canopy to give me help?
Yes.
I think.
For mechanically advantage,
great
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna say you do catch Helen sort of like not stunned, but a little bit like quiet. And I think when you do refer to him, he sort of he jumps for something to do.
Okay.
That's a 25 with advantage from Howland.
Excellent.
All right. Sarah, your boy's back.
Yay!
Whoa. Inra's flying.
Yeah. Well. So is Asher.
I did that to him. No, I'm kidding.
He looks so
Alan
good.
lift.
So with the direction of head southeast, Buckthorn, you will guide the group the rest of the day through the woodland. And for sake of brevity, I won't do random encounters, but there is going to be something that happens this night, I think. Asher.
I was giving such a seal emote face. Like, is it me? Is it me, God?
I mean, I've got Pass Without a Trace at will, and I've got fairy magic that lets us, as in, so for the sake of avoiding random encounters, you understand.
Yes, for the sake of avoiding random encounters, it's fine. And plus, you guys are in your element. You have Howlin, who knows this place pretty damn well, and you got Buckthorn. I'm not too concerned. But at the end of this day, you all will set up a camp. We'll get some rest for the night. Asher.
Oh no.
Let's talk, dog.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello there.
Yes.
For days now, you have had that crystal from the hag's blood. It is safe to say that it has been itching at the back of Asher's mind like a horrible, horrible... I don't want to say infection, but...
But, yeah, literally every time I've mentioned Asher's been returning to his papers or his journal, he's been working to translate that chant from the tower and make sense of it, make sense of what they were trying to achieve in that whole situation with the pale creatures and the portal.
I will say over this time you have translated most of that chanting. And it is something that is alien to you. As far as even a spell goes, this doesn't make sense. This is something new to you. But through observation and through the knowledge of the cause and effect, you know that whatever this chant is for, one, first of all, it's in deep speech. Two, it's meant for opening a connection. Maybe not necessarily a portal, though it definitely seems that that's possible. But it seems that at minimum, it establishes a connection.
All right. To another side, not specifically to a beast, which is what Asher's also trying to determine. Is like, if I mess with this, is it immediately going to unleash one of those pale creatures again? Is that the express purpose of this chant? Because we don't want to do that.
It doesn't seem to. At least what, for the purposes of what you have, it seems that, how do I want to describe this? It communicates with another side.
Yeah, it would make sense to me because the Hag's Blood had it, that this crystal and could possibly be used as a communication device. Especially since it didn't do anything with it when we were fighting it. Maybe. But between that kind of leap of logic and the chant, that's kind of what Asher's thinking about.
Okay.
Yeah, so what Asher really wants to do is he wants to take this necklace, this crystal, somewhere more isolated away from the party.
Okay.
Before he does anything with it.
We'll say this happens on like your watch for the night. Yeah, so you tuck yourself away far enough where you can, you're not immediately going to be heard by anybody or disturb anyone's rest, but close enough where you can still see everyone.
Yeah. Kind of can see the light of the camp a little bit. through the trees. Azure like first takes out the necklace and examines the crystal. How big is this crystal?
No bigger than your thumb.
Right, and the crystal we found in the tower, that was much larger.
Huge, yeah.
Yeah, and I was curious if there is any correlation between the size of the portal that was produced and the size of the crystal.
More than likely.
Right, so this tiny little crystal maybe will not open a portal even big enough for something as big as one of those pale creatures to come through.
For sure.
All right, well, that's reassuring. How strong is this crystal? How hard would it be to break?
To be fair, Howlin did shatter the
previous one, yeah.
Yeah, the one in the tower. So it's definitely possible.
It's breakable. That kind of leads into my next question. Because I took one of the shards from the broken crystal, and I wanted to bring that out and see if they look similar to the necklace or if one seems inert.
The one that you had broken off of the big one in the tower no longer has its dark color anymore. It is back to a like vibrant pink and purple.
Yeah, so different for sure.
Yeah.
All right, we'll put that away. And then Asher's going to produce the little hand mirror with the black glass.
Mm-hmm.
Just dangle the necklace in front of it just to see if anything appears when it's in this state, in the reflection of that glass.
It does. In the same way that you had looked at the large crystal in the tower, it gives almost that like fogged, like swirling energy, almost like when people drop dye into water. It looks like that, but against the black glass, it looks like this gray color that just keeps flowing and moving constantly in that space.
All right. Well, I'm going to keep the mirror handy so I can turn it towards the crystal at any given moment.
Mm-hmm.
Asher takes a deep breath, glances back towards the camp again, looks back towards the crystal, and he's going to tune into his whispers ever so briefly just to see if they are saying anything to him, if they're encouraging him, if they're telling him to stop, if anything is coming through.
Okay, so like as of a right now, not like any, just what they're telling you right this second, just to clarify. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
There's a lot of warning.
Anything specific I can pull? Or just
a lot of don't. Like overlapping don'ts. From different voices.
Do I trust them?
Oh, that's a whole other story. That's up to Asher to decide. Asher has been living with these whispers for a while now.
He has. However, he's also had his theories that these whispers are simply an infection of his own. That these whispers were what plagued his brother. And ultimately took his brother away. So whatever those whispers were telling his brother, whatever those whispers were telling Robert, was something at least Robert didn't want to follow. Can't speak for his brother anymore. So either they're warning Asher to keep him alive, or this is the solution. Asher's gonna pull out a knife and like hold it in a bit of a grip, like he could start smashing it against the crystal.
Okay.
Arrange the mirror so he can kind of see it like against a tree or in like the crook of some branches, so he can see the reflection from where he's standing while having both of his hands out.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of ready to break the crystal at any given moment. He is going to, in his slightly accented, probably deep speech. Try to emulate the chant.
Okay.
Very slowly, and if anything starts to feel like real bad, he'll probably just cut it off. But
okay. You begin the chant quietly to yourself. And as you continue, you feel the words have power. And what you feel staring into this crystal as you do it is a connection forming. It almost feels like creeping hands reaching out to grab onto you, slowly, one at a time.
Asher holds his ground, watching. He's periodically glancing back at the reflection in the mirror.
Tendrils of energy are growing from it and approaching the mirror. And you're continuing?
Yeah, do I get a sense that it's specifically dangerous or just powerful right now?
Powerful.
Yeah, I'll keep going.
Okay. Keep going. And as you do, word after word, suddenly that same thing that happened to you when the somnophages cast whatever they did onto you happens again. The corners of your eyes start to go dark and starts to encroach further into your vision.
Just darkness, though. I don't see anything else.
Just darkness.
How far would you say I'm in with the chant? Like, how much is left?
Halfway.
DM. Can I have secretly been keeping an eye on Asher?
It was Asher's watch.
I will roll for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you roll for it.
Okay.
I'll
roll perception and then stealth.
I'm going to... Ooh. Yeah, perception then stealth. We'll have you do that.
Okay. Oof, 11. Not great.
Could I have hearing sensitivity that I always roll passively. Can I see what happens there?
You're
I don't know
going to
how
be
far you are.
asleep and you're going to be at disadvantage.
Okay. I don't tend to sleep at nighttime as the same time as you guys, but at disadvantage?
Yeah, but at disadvantage nonetheless. This is restful time for
you're
you.
far away.
Yeah, and far away.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the one.
You know what? No, I know why that is. I got my own problems happening. Never mind.
Okay. I'll say with the 11 buckthorn, you don't notice a damn thing.
Well, so be it.
So be it.
Godspeed, little man.
You're halfway through the chant. And you're just in darkness now.
I'll take it 3/4.
3/4. The darkness completely envelops your vision, and you suddenly feel like the ground beneath you is gone.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of when I first saw that pale creature come through the hole in the tower, and I fell through that doorway. That fear, that bone-deep fear that I rarely feel.
Does Asher continue?
I think there's a stumble point. Is there anything else? Can I do any sort of check to get a sense of what's going on here? What are the whispers still yelling at me? Are they here? Are they gone?
The whispers are still yelling at you louder. Just repeating the same word, don't. I will have you roll insight.
23.
There's a moment where you're not sure whether they mean don't stop or don't keep going. But in the moment, you trust your gut and they have the full intention of telling you do not keep going.
And I'm not trusting them right now. So I guess I keep going.
All right. You keep going. And you entirely finish the incantation. You are in a black void where you no longer feel as though you are simply blinded, but that you are within this space. You can see now your form. And it's this spot on the entire world around you. You feel cold, frigid, Arctic. And you feel a looming presence.
I know your blood.
I don't see anything, though, do I?
Nope.
And what does that mean to you?
I am familiar.
Are you what took him?
I took no one.
He came to you willingly, then? Listened to your call? Is that it?
I arrived at the door, and I was let in.
Little twitch of, I think, rage in the corner of Asher's otherwise placid face.
I feel that. Your anger. Your despair. It fuels you. Just as it fuels me.
Am I appealing to you? Was he? Tell me, is he alive, or what do you do with them after you take them away?
You tell me.
And as you feel a shiver of cold reach you, standing before you in an instant is your brother. Looking just like the last day you saw him.
Yeah, Asher stands still, just staring him down. Asher. Avery says. That's his real name. Do you have my book?
They don't say anything, but they simply reach out a hand.
I can't go with you. If this really is you, you've made the wrong choice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't have solved it or ended it before it ended in this place. I'm sorry I didn't see this sooner.
You see them get tense and angry. Anger, pure anger in their face and eyes welling. The hand still outstretched.
Make a case then. Why are you here if not only for his influence? I remember the whispers speaking to you. I remember your sickness. I remember your fear. What changed?
Your brother doesn't speak, but the voice does.
Everything.
I'm going to try to thieves' cant to him. See if he can speak to me. If he can't speak verbally, can he speak to me through gestures? Talk to me.
They take one step forward, hand still outstretched.
I'll take no hand from a fey creature's trick. Prove to me that you are Asher.
You hear the voice exclaim again.
Fey creature. How quaint. You know not what you deal with. You know not who I am.
It is exactly why I'm asking my brother. I didn't ask you, did I? Let him speak.
He can't. I am his voice now.
You took that too. I will cant back at Asher again. You lost everything? Even this? My book, our bond?
A tear falls from his face.
If I cannot speak to my brother, then we have nothing further to speak about. Asher?
He stares back at you.
Can you not even nod or shake your head? Is this what you want? To be here with this thing? Your life stolen?
The voice speaks.
This is enjoyable, but
The darkness sweeps over your brother.
I think Asher, or Avery calls out to Asher, I'll come back for you.
The voice speaks.
there is nothing left. I take all now. There is nothing left in the wake of oblivion!
We're gonna cut away for a moment.
Do you ever feel so stressed you feel like crying? I'm gonna be sick. But, oh my god.
Inra rests.
Of course. Great! Glad
Inra
he's
what?
having a... Inra rests.
Give me
Inra
a
is
moment.
resting.
Peacefully?
We ain't done yet.
I'm good. Punch a Zeke in the arm. You get it, bro. We're good.
Inra sleeps, and he is in a monochrome landscape in a dream. Like watercolor paint being blown by wind, there is discoloration around him. He hears a deafening din of wind. He's never had a dream like this before. As he stands there looking around, uncertain as to what is happening, a black bird appears at his feet. And in that monochrome, a white mask shows itself. No mouth, only dark, vacuous eyes. And a gentle, womanly voice saying, "Wake up, Inra Aker. Do not let history repeat itself." Inra wakes up in an instant, breathing heavily, looking around. He sees Asher's not there. He feels drawn. He gets up.
I think Indra's foot kicks the tin of Jolly Rangers that was remaining. Asher left it by him.
Inra looks down at it as it falls on the ground, spilling out some of the candy inside. Asher? Asher, where the hell are you? He picks up his sword, drawn out of the sheath, and he walks towards where he's feeling drawn. With abandon, he starts to trot. And he finds Asher gently being cascaded by what's left of the fire behind a tree. As he approaches, he says, "Asher, what the hell are you..." He stops. He sees your eyes are black, and you stand there, stiff, Tries to grab you and shake you. Asher! Looks around, trying to see what's going on. And he sees your book laid out. And he sees the crystal on the tree. Asher, what the hell are you doing? He tries to shake you some more, but you don't come to. Imra goes over to the crystal. He grabs it in his hand, and he feels almost like a static in his hands, and it makes him pull away. Raises his sword, takes one deep breath in. You're gonna thank me for this later. And with one strong swipe, he slams his sword against the tree, shattering the stone, and it sends out a cascading crack like lightning. Everyone is awake. And Asher, at the very moment that the voice screams at you, and you feel its presence almost trying to envelop you, your vision is brought back, and you stand there.
Asher gasps.
And this is just for you and Inra both. As the darkened, shattered pieces of the crystal remain on the ground, some embedded in the tree, you hear, "May all your endeavors fail, boy. And where they leave empty holes, I will be there to fill them." And Inra replies out loud, hearing this for himself, "And may you hope we never meet."
Oh.
And the crystals lay there, no longer holding their darkened hue, and inert.
Asher stares at them for a moment before I think just his strength gives out in his legs, and he just kind of falls into a kneel, and then onto his hip. Exhales. Takes off his glasses.
Inra, shaking, goes over to you, kind of gets down on his knees to examine you. You okay?
Am I okay?
That's all emotional at this point.
Okay, then no, but like physically.
Physically
okay.
fine. Just
Okay.
cold.
Yeah. Great. Cold. Are the whispers still here?
They're quiet.
Asher adjusts his glasses and puts them back on. I'm alright. I'm alright.
Let's see. Cousin.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we're all awake.
Everyone's
I think
awake,
We're rushing
yeah.
over.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think we're rushing over. Lights,
Yeah.
sound
Mhm.
surround Inra and Asher, and like asking, "Are they okay?"
If anyone wants to make insight checks.
Yeah.
Oh, for
Absolutely.
sure, absolutely. That's a 14.
That's an 18.
Insight? For me, I don't even know. I'm just clicking buttons.
Insight's good.
6. Never know what's going on.
Alan. Yeah, I don't.
Who made
don't
that
Why are you
noise?
sleeping out in the woods? I'm going to keep looking around for any potential danger because I just heard a big clash of something, and that, I mean, I know these woods. That's unusual.
That's very unusual.
Yeah.
I rolled
yeah,
a 20 on perception, and that's 10 20.
Wow. Okay. Well, great.
My
Thank you.
cautious
That's
looking around.
reassuring.
Is there anything around?
You'll see the remains of the crystal, some embedded in the tree, some on the ground, and Asher's journal open on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Helen's going to immediately draw attention to it and be like, what is all this?
It's a translation. And I think for the other insight checks, because I don't think the DC was very high, Asher's arms are shaking and his eyes seem a bit red.
What did you do?
Followed a lead. The only one I had.
I think Buckthorn kneels down and sort of takes a moment to look Asher deeply in the eyes.
Asher peers back, but there's kind of a weight of defeat and the redness rimming his eyelids. He's barely holding back a much greater emotion.
Buckthorn exhales softly and says, I won't scold you for what you know was a foolish thing to do. But I'm very grateful that you're still with us.
Asher kind of peers towards Inra.
Buckthorn runs his hand over Asher's forehead and into his hair, and then pulls him close into a hug.
Asher's shaking so much. Just trembling in your arms. His hand will kind of come around and grip around towards Buckthorn's shoulder blade. And then he just kind of starts to talk. It's almost automatic. My brother was sick. Sick with a disease. Its only known cure, as far as I'm concerned, is death. And when I was told to search for answers, I was led to pale monstrosities. And now, to even greater oblivions. Same place my brother was taken. I was ready for nothing I recognized to be left. Not ready for that creature to use his face. If my brother is dead, or not, doesn't matter anymore. He's with that thing. And I can never get him back. And he grips tighter Asher and just starts to cry.
Thorn just holds Asher tight. I think Kim and Howland can see Buckthorn's leaves and flowers in his hair just ice over in grief.
I tried. Went to Arkenstead, I sought out the best healers a Maidocracy could offer. None of it worked. I tried to heal him, and then he left because I wasn't good enough. And now I don't even know what's left of him anymore. Do you know what it's like? To be born with someone. Your best friend since the moment you opened your eyes. For them to be torn away. And I'm sorry. I never wanted to risk any of you. I'm sorry, Inra. But everything's just felt so empty. I'm sorry. And he just kind of repeats that, sinking deeper into Buckthorn. Just all the grief he's been holding on to all this time. All his regrets.
No words, just silent comfort.
Inra does not have a dry face. You can see, like, the corners of his mouth are twitching as he's trying to keep a straighter face. Takes a shaky inhale. Asher, do not apologize. Don't. Okay, it's okay. I promise. And he just kind of, he has nothing else to say. He doesn't know what else to do, but what he does know, he's going to go over to Asher and Buckthorn and hug as well.
Yeah, Asher's other arm will take him in.
Before we move any of the scene along, does anybody else have anything they want to say or do?
I think Kim is like angry crying because she's so worried about him, but she's also angry at him for putting himself at risk. So she's angry crying and probably eventually joins them.
I've watched you all like petals around a flower bud, like closing around Asher. This is a lot. Again, I don't really know what's going on, but no, I think Helen doesn't entirely know the full extent of what is happening the way that you guys seem to. But I do think that Nat 20 perception check has registered as that sort of... I don't see anything around, yes?
Correct.
So the threat that is posed to Asher, whatever prompted this, is not here.
Correct.
Nevertheless, there is still something in how Helen is standing that says nothing will approach this group from the surrounding woodlands. Even if I don't know how to deal with it, it will be dealt with, but that sort of protective stance that he has, I think, upon seeing everybody kind of go into this hug, will eventually close around everyone as his big old wings just wrapping around the entire group.
Sweetie.
Honestly, once Asher calms down, he might have one more thing to impart on the group as we kind of like separated a bit. And he's cleaning his glasses again. They just got knocked pretty much off his face in that bout of emotion. There's something all of you should know if you intend to travel with me any further. I've been experiencing similar symptoms to my brother. I'm still not certain if they're exactly the same. The series of events has differed, but I've considered myself something of a dead man walking. And if I am to interpret my recent experience, there's every possibility that I will be recruited to the side of the Oblivion in one way or another, either through my brother's face or these whispers. If that ever happens, if I ever seem to be drifting to the wrong side, no, there is no cure. Kill me.
I need to roll something for Inra. I need to roll something big. I need to roll something huge right now.
We hear just a boulder-sized dice just in the background.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. There is a 10% chance that he does what I think he might do. It's gonna be the highs, so 90 and above. Okay, he doesn't. He doesn't do it. That's a 70.
That slaps my brother.
He grabs you just by the tops of your shoulders, Asher, both hands, and says, "I'm here to tell you, I am not doing that." Okay? I'm at least not doing that.
Is anybody here doing that?
Does anyone else have a reaction?
Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah.
No.
I think
spurred by Inra, I am puffed up, and hell no. Just needed someone else to start it.
Kim's nodding. I'm not doing that either, bitch. What the fuck?
I think Buckthorn's face is like neutral.
Helen looks at Buckthorn, looks to you to see you agreeing, and I think upon seeing you neutral is confused again.
Yeah. Yeah. This is more nuanced.
Asher's going to give Inra a gentle sort of smile and reach up a hand, kind of pat his arm. I would never ask you to, Inra.
His teeth are clenched.
Can I insight and see what he's feeling?
Oh, yeah.
Apart from rage.
Apart from rage. Well, that's a 22. So
That's
I
a
guess.
22.
Oh boy.
Rage!
Yeah.
His barbarian roots showing.
Huge rage in him right now. And he is going to give you kind of a piece of his mind in saying, what did you just tell me? In Medensk. I'm going to paraphrase for you, okay? Don't rush in, don't be stupid. There are ways, okay? I don't care what you know, I don't care what you think you know, but there's gotta be something. There's gotta be more than one way in, one way out. Okay? Don't treat that as the first option. Last resort, if anything, okay? Not the first. To me, that just sounds like rushing to... You get it.
Yeah, Asher's smile kind of lessens and then drops a bit. He nods. For a long time, I didn't care. I knew no one would cry for me, but he's going to lift one hand and kind of knock at Inra's chin to lift his head back up a bit. Think I'm seeing different. Besides, I can't die until I get revenge for the thing that took my brother.
Here.
Yeah. We all got work to do. Not until they're done. Not until it's all done. And I think with that, we'll fade away from this scene. Everyone trying to get as much rest as they can for this night. And continuing on with their travels. A little bit more heavy in the heart, heavy in the mind, but with an ever-growing conviction. And let's take a little break. Before we... Yeah, gang!
Oh boy.
We don't need a recap. We know what emotional damage happened.
I do want to say a little bit of like sort of, I imagine we see in montage some of the scenes of the crew sort of unwinding a bit from the emotional damage.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of hugging like? And I imagine it's like we go back to the campsite and Buckthorn puts up his sort of dome of peaceful sleep, which he normally would have up anyway, but like now sort of encourages everybody to like a little bit sleep over cuddle pile, just like stay closer to one another.
Yeah, I think if Kim is amenable, and Crow for that matter, Asher might snuggle up against Crow specifically. Just snuggle into that big old warm feathery body.
Bird. Yeah.
Just try to soothe himself on that warmth.
My heart.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can play Song of Rest too.
And I don't know how well Asher now probably telling anyone who calls him that to call him Avery instead.
Oh.
But not sure how well he's going to sleep, but he's going to stay snuggled up against Crow anyway. At least that's warm and grounding, and it doesn't feel like a chill, and it doesn't feel like falling. It's okay if you mix it up. They're both in here. Now I carry Asher with me, how I remember him. I'm Avery and I'm Asher. Whatever was left in that space did not resemble my brother as I remember him. So you can call me both. I don't mind that much.
Like player grunt of pain. That's not in character voice. That's a.
And then Buckthorn just went ugh in response to the situation.
internally own.
Yeah.
I'm just like, ow. My
yes.
My everything.
Yeah. Avery with his hand kind of on his chest as he's reclined against Crow, as he says that.
I do think if there's anyone, I don't know if anyone responds.
I think Buckthorn does
I'll bust
quiet.
through this.
Right.
Yeah. Well, then I'll bust through the Avery. Then, pleasure to meet you, Howlin Fairfeather the Fourth. Like holds the hand out to you to meet again.
All right, yeah, Asher will extend, or Avery will extend his hand to Helen and give it a shake. Pleasure to meet you.
It's a firm grip, like it's firm. Helen can't forget what you said earlier.
Yeah. Avery doesn't expect anyone to forget what he said earlier.
Yeah, well. And returns to playing a Song of Rest.
How does Kim look? How does Inra look?
I want Kim to go first before Inra.
Kim is, how do I describe it? Like, sympathetic more than anything. She feels bad for him so much. She wants to hug him so much, but she doesn't want to get up in his space too much. So she's staying close, probably has a hand on his arm or shoulder as much as possible. If they're snuggling on Crow, I imagine Crow's head is on one side of Avery and she's on the other. There's a big blanket keeping them all close.
Squished. Not as squished as they were in the cart, but it reminds me of when they were squished in the cart in Medensk. It's just a little bit more conscious of Avery's space.
Crow probably bequeathed unto you his squishmallow just for the night.
No, just like nuzzles it, and, like beaks it against Avery. He really sighs a little bit as he accepts this kind of outpouring of love. He doesn't really know how to handle it, but he's not going to reject it.
Yeah.
I think he will quietly tell Kim, I'm sorry.
You don't have anything to apologize for. Except for almost getting yourself hurt. That was bad. But I think that's more of a problem for you than me. So it's okay.
Avery lifts his head a bit to peer over at Kim. You still have a deal? I think I still have plenty of research to do once this rescue mission is done.
Of course.
It might be dangerous.
Special to me just because you're a different person now.
Not that much has changed. If anything, my mission may have just gotten a little more dangerous, but you are up against hags, aren't you? So perhaps I was the one being strung along to a dangerous mission before. Says with a bit of a playful smirk.
Nudges him a bit. I think we can both take it in our stride.
All right. And Avery will offer a hand, like in another shake. Partners, then.
Partners. I like it. But she doesn't let go of his hand. They're gonna sleep like that.
Okay, yours now, I guess.
This is my little man.
Honestly, it feels kind of nice when he had to deny himself another hand earlier.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just feel like I fell off like a cliff, like when a roller coaster starts to fall over. I just had that feeling.
Just the drop.
Yeah, or elevator drift.
I feel that.
Cool.
Thank you for the handshakes, everyone. That might be more than you think.
My bird knows not what he does.
I know.
Oh, lordy. As far as how Inra looks, like it had asked, he has his Squishmallow kind of like in his backpack still, but like the eyes and a bit of the head are like poking out of the top flap a little bit. And he has it behind his head, and he's laying back on the ground, blanket covering most of him, but he has one arm out, and he's just staring up at the sky. It's a pretty clear night, and he has his hand sticking out, and he just keeps twitching his index finger. And what he's doing is he's kind of like, he's just looking at the stars and like poking at them with one finger, almost as though he could like move them in the sky in a way. He's just kind of doing that, going star to star, just thinking. He looks neutral. It's just, he's ready for sleep whenever that arrives. And for now, he's just going to try and relax and be comfortable. He said his piece.
Yeah, Avery kind of casts him a look, and I don't imagine he looks back, but the look on Avery's face is gratitude.
Oh. Buckthorn, is there anything else that was gonna happen before we draw the curtain on this scene?
I think not on this scene, but I do think at some point Buckthorn is going to have a long conversation with Asher about what actually happened. Not tonight.
Yeah.
When when Avery is ready. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Explain what all happened.
Yeah.
Then the curtain falls on this scene as you all eventually get to rest, and a new day begins with clear blue skies in the Golden Woodland, and a few more days left on your journey to Molderport.
Pass without trace on everybody.
Especially after what just happened. Who knows what's watching us? So let's just be especially
Let's move
careful.
through this forest as quietly and quickly as we can.
Did I have one of you guys do survival check yesterday to get through the woodland?
Yes. It was Buckthorn with advantage from Howlin.
Right. Okay. And you did pretty damn well. So I'm not gonna have you do it again. This will just be for the trip, as it was. So throughout those days, I'll let you guys have your scene of conversating about what really happened.
Yeah. How do you think? I think Buckthorn basically like gives Avery open leave to talk to him whenever he feels ready.
Open leaves. Sorry. I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Helen.
I thought you did that on purpose.
Nope.
Yeah, I think it's not immediately the next day that Avery shows up at Buckthorn's side. And I think throughout the first little leg of the travel of the next day, Avery's pretty quiet, and he doesn't even smile as much as he usually did. Like previously, he had just kind of an easy smile on his face all the time. Maybe because he felt like if he didn't have that smile on his face, something else would crack. But now that has finally all kind of been broken down, that farce, he's just more subdued in a lot of ways at the start of the travel. But eventually, I think he'll come up to Buckthorn's side. And after kind of checking with Buckthorn, like, do you even have an open ear to listen right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll slowly, probably with a lot of stops of what he's trying to play off as consideration, but Buckthorn can probably tell it's a mix of consideration and emotion, he will tell Buckthorn the experience, the crystal, that it was the crystal from the tower, that after he translated the chant he heard, it was a crystal that seemed to create some sort of connection, some sort of point of contact, and he repeated the chant with the smaller crystal and ended up in that void with some sort of eldritch, godlike creature that called itself the Oblivion. And whether it was actually Asher or if it was some vision of Asher, the Oblivion used Asher's face to try and draw Avery in. And that will then cascade into Avery explaining, Asher was sick with a disease that no one could cure, not the best healers he could find in a magocracy that was near to his hometown, Argenstead. He tried everything he could think of to heal his brother from that disease, and nothing worked. And then one day his brother was just gone. And if the Oblivion is to be believed, then his brother, from what Avery can gather, it gave up, gave in, accepted the Oblivion, let it in, and it took him. And now the Oblivion seems to be using him like a puppet, whether it was by his own will or by force. By the time Asher was finally drawn in by the thralls of despair, who knows? It wasn't a natural death. And I think Avery also laments, like, he would have done it himself. He would have killed Asher if he knew this was going to happen to him instead, but he never got the chance. Instead, his brother is being used by this Oblivion thing, regardless of what Asher might actually want. He was too lost to his own despair to see clearly. And now he's this. Maybe that offered hand was a plea for Avery to give in too, because that's how Asher sees things now. That there is no point in fighting, that there maybe is no point in fighting this Oblivion. Who knows, there might be another Oblivion coming, and Asher left early, so to speak. And he wanted his brother to join him. Avery doesn't know. He's just kind of spouting theories to try and make sense of what he saw at this point. It was a lot, and he's still processing it, and he's still trying to make sense of it, but one thing he does know is that he doesn't want to be lost to the same thing. Thus the request from the night before. He saw himself in his brother and didn't want to become that.
An understandable thing. I think Buckthorn doesn't say much at first and mostly just listens and validates Avery's emotions on the subject. It is a terrible thing to, like, grieve someone and then to also worry if that person entered their own demise by something that they did. Or, like, there's no winning in a situation like this. It's like, if you had control, that's horrible. If you had no control, that's also horrible. It's just ruffle around to consider. Yeah. It's clear Avery is struggling with, like, even what's left of his brother in there. It could have all been, that couldn't have even been his brother. That, Avery's also of the mind that I don't believe anything the Oblivion says. Like, I'm not going to give it. Which is smart.
Yeah, but it's also all I have to work with, so I am working with it. But I'm also already prepared to doubt it. And that's one reason that he couldn't, in his good conscience, actually take Asher's hand, because there was also no signs that was his brother anymore, and be that because it was a total fabrication, or because everything that was Asher, everything that Avery loved about Asher has been stolen away by this despair, this oblivion. Either way, it's hard to reckon with.
Yes. I think what Buckthorn says is, you're being incredibly brave for even managing to reckon with this. I've known older and wiser people who could not come to terms with such loss, even on an intellectual level. To try and face it and process it emotionally takes a great deal of strength and courage. And I'm very proud of you
A weak
for not giving in.
Yeah, a weak sort of smile flickers on Avery's face. I appreciate that. Thank you, Buckthorn.
You're most welcome. I hope you know that myself and probably everybody else here is more than willing to listen and lend you our strength.
I appreciate
whatever
that.
way that may be.
As well. Because, and I think after he's kind of let his feelings out to Buckthorn, he picks up his pace a bit to kind of walk in front of the rest of the crew. So he hasn't been talking necessarily very quietly. He doesn't necessarily mind if the others hear it. They already saw him at his worst, and they kind of deserve to know the truth if they... Like, Howland's definitely heard it with his hearing, unless he's specifically tuned out. But the point is, he's going to kind of go up to the front of the crew and turn around, face them, kind of walking backwards, and say, for as long as this disease of despair holds half of me, he kind of tugs at the little piece of leather armor you can see sticking out of his clothing. It holds my ire, and perhaps I cannot destroy it, but I can become a sliver, a festering wound, refuse it any further grief. And that begins with saving Ishael and Theodore. So, shall we?
I think you get hearty agreement.
You're standing in front of all of us?
Yeah, that was my question. Oh, on all of us? Okay.
Yep. He kind of broke away from Buckthorn and went in front of the whole team.
Okay. Yeah, no. Inra will give a half smile and nod in agreement. You guys will see his hair kind of get a little tousled and messed up a little bit as Karma comes out of invisibility for the first time in a while.
Oh.
Hello, Karma.
They'll nod at you. And Inra will pull out a Jolly Ranger that I'll get to it.
All good.
That Avery gave him and kind of hold it up to Karma, and Karma will just take it in their mouth, and there's just a giant crunch.
That makes Avery smile. And when he smiles now, it reaches his eyes.
Oh, baby.
I feel like Helen didn't quite comprehend what you were saying, so he there's like that owlish head tip, and then, was that not originally the plan?
Apropos, I've been putting my mind to considering how we might deal with our situation. I was thinking perhaps I could try and use my position as ambassador to at least arrange for a stay of execution, one way or another. At least to buy us some time.
Time is always useful.
Helen's arms and wings fold.
As long as we can make an argument that will stall them, if even only for a day, that would already be a great advantage to us.
I have a bit of a mechanical question that hasn't totally come up before, but technically, Avery's background is a guild artisan, and one of the paragraphs within that definition of that background is the guild wields tremendous political power. If you are accused of a crime, your guild will support you if a good case can be made for your innocence or the crime is justifiable. You can also gain access to powerful political figures through the guild if you are a member in good standing.
Okay.
And technically, Avery back home would have been part of that guild as part of his, his craft, his translation and his cartography. That would have been his job before he set out. So I just wanted to offer that as maybe some sort of pull Avery might have as like probably having some sort of identification as a member of like an artisan guild that kind of maybe spans.
Let me think about this. So that would help you more than anything. Like if you guys got in trouble, that'd help you a hell of a lot. I would say that if anything, that does give you an opportunity in Mulderport that gives you another place to stay. Now there's a big reason why I'm bringing that up, because Bel Ekro no longer being free of jail and currently there, more than likely the Silver Platter, which was the only other like giant inn and tavern that housed anybody who didn't belong to a guild, is probably, to your guys' knowledge, shut down, which then would leave the Silk Robe, which is Maxwell's house.
Yeah, Max. Yeah. So maybe not there.
Yeah, but there is the Mercantile Guild, which most of the guilds that are in Mulderport only allow guild members and their traveling parties to stay there. So that opens up the avenue that you don't got to stay at the Silk Robe at all.
At the fucking Silk Robe.
Yeah. That would help. Like if we can have a place to like lay low, that's honestly
already something.
Yeah.
That's huge. Yeah. So
after
I'll
that
give you
announcement, and Buckthorn's suggestion, Avery will probably pull out like his identification and explain that avenue to everyone.
Oh, that'll be useful. How much do I actually know about Mulderport?
That's an excellent question. Bureaucracy. Let me roll that.
All right. 19.
Pretty good.
Hey.
So what you will know is that, the city was run by the benefactors, which was a council, had 4 members: Maxwell Zent, Dolly Tash, Bren Mayer, and Bel Ekro. They were the end all be all in the city. Obviously, Bel has been removed, and from what Inra had told you, Maxwell and more than likely Dolly have just kind of taken majority control, probably offering Bren Mayer a status quo so long as he just stays the fuck out of whatever they want to do. I'll say on a personal level, from what stories you've heard about each of them, Bren Mayer to start, definitely just a whatever makes the money. That's cool with me, but the 19 is enough. There is the frame of mind of Bren where it's the bad practices bring bad business.
Yeah.
So not either very well not in the know of anything Maxwell has done, or is not a supporter of it. That could swing either way. Dolly is very, very young considering the position they hold. They're like mid-20s on that front.
That's shockingly young.
Shockingly young.
Especially to Buckthorn, who is like, I don't know, 400 something. It's like, who put this toddler in charge?
Yeah. The only reason why they were put in that position was because Dolly during one of the very few times that Multiport came under like a piracy attack, where a group of pirates band together, said we could make this a pirate city. We could just make this the den of scum and villainy, as it was. They attempted. They ended up routing Multiport's navy at the time, and Dolly was a part of a crew that the captain was just a piece of garbage and was just like, whatever it is. But Dolly, through whatever means that they so chose, decided to try and rouse up whatever mercenary ships and mercantile ships there were to go out and face them. And it worked. They did it, hard fought, but it worked out. And that gave Dolly a lot of respect
Power,
and a lot of power. And they said, you know what? We'd love to have you be the Sailors Guild master at this point in time. We trust you, we like you, etc. And they'd been in that position for years at this point. And it definitely seems that somewhere down the line, their motives had changed.
As they do.
So, but they are very tactical, very very much the mouthpiece, if anything, if you catch my drift on that one. Like very charismatic. Yeah. And Maxwell, brute, intimidating brute, who just knows what people like and offers it. It's just a
stick. As simple as that.
Yeah.
Mostly stick.
But that's probably the most important information you could get about Multiport.
Okay. And obviously Multiport is very far removed from Thomarin.
Oh, hugely.
So
Usually
there's not much. Yeah, there's not any pre-existing really diplomatic relationship yet, which I can possibly swing to my advantage. Yeah.
For what you're bringing up, this is going to be an important thing. As part of Multiport's history and why they did what they did, why they went where they went, and why they were founded. During the War of the Keepers, they were... a bunch of merchants were shunned by the colonies for just wanting to do business with fairy folk still. And then... fairy folk in the same time were just like, why are you helping us and them? It's like, oh, okay, gang, listen, we're just trying to do business. So they just said, look, if you guys don't want us around, we'll go elsewhere. We'll handle our own shit. And so they did. And they wanted a mercantile city that was free from those judgments and biases, and anybody who wanted to do business could come and do business. So they really hold tightly to the we don't make allegiances here because it's bad for business. So that might influence.
If I can swing the argument of like the war's over, let's make it good for business. Actually, let's do something more that might be something. But again, just like I'm trying to. How much do I know about the parties, Ashale, Robert, Val, and Theodor's legal status as citizens of wherever?
None.
None.
That's the thing. None is a big deal.
Theodor's a nun?
God damn it.
That's what Vox said, yeah?
He's not. Anyways, sorry. They know where they were born. Well, Theodore, I don't believe does. Ashale, I believe does. I'm gonna have to ask Fire just to double check that she knows the character thing. Like Robert, no idea. Val, Dragon Knight, but the Dragon Knights are very much in the frame of mind of independency, and if you fuck up, you
Yeah.
fuck up on your end. That's on you. So, as far as you would
Okay.
know, there's no allegiance to or like a citizenship to anywhere.
Okay, no precedent for extradition, let's say.
Yeah, none of that.
Okay, so there goes that plan.
And honestly, if anything, they probably would have been extradited to Mulderport for the attempted political assassination part.
Yeah, that is
What
true.
if we say that they have committed crimes against us and we deserve to meet our foe in like court or something? So you have to hold on the execution because we deserve our day in court as well.
Double Jeopardy moment.
Actually, they
that's
killed
a
my
double
brother, so
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna have to just like hold off a sec, buddy.
I'm willing to tell you right now, especially with Buckthorn knowing Max will just say, all right, you can watch him die too.
yeah, yeah.
How long do you guys think
He's
the
not
like
a very good leader. Seems
No.
like.
He's not.
seems like
well
seems not.
established.
How long do we? Because I feel like this conversation will go round and round for a bit. If I may pop in as Howlen, massaging his feathered forehead and just saying, "So, executing the fellow is off the table."
It might not be our first choice.
That's
It would be
Still an
difficult
option?
to just. Yes, it would be difficult to simply show up and slaughter the man in
Well,
front
not
of.
slaughter.
Buckthorn gives a head tilt, like he could be slaughtered.
I wouldn't shed any tears if he got slaughtered.
Yeah, it's like
No.
I'd bite his
How-
throat out.
No, Howlen is saying like, okay, Howlen is going to probably continue. The method could be more subdued.
I
With
agree
that,
with you.
Helen nods over at Kim like, you get it, and spins the little sickle
So to
into his
save our
hand.
friends
and-
from being executed over accusations of attempted political assassination, we're instead simply going to commit political assassination. Is that your suggestion, Howlen?
Helen was in the middle of demonstrating, and I think Buckthorn cuts him off while he is doing the gesture of the sickle across his throat. What he's suggesting is not that like slaughter is bad. He's suggesting slaughter sounds messy. But then I think that as Buckthorn's talking, the gesture of the sickle stops. And he sort of slumps and says, "Well,
I feel like he'd be less upset about an attempted assassination if he were properly dead.
yes, that's precisely what I... How could they prove that it's political if he's dead?"
The reason why it would be political is that he is a political figure in the first place.
But
what if
Anything
we just
that
tried to steal
happens
his
to
money
him.
and he happens to... Kim makes a throat-slitting
Sorry
gesture.
to-
Assassination is determined by the
Sorry to
politician.
butt in on this conversation after kind of pushing his hands into this mess. But I think I need the rest of you, not you, Buckthorn, the rest of you to realize that we are dealing with multiple people. Yes, we have our king on the chessboard, so to speak, but all of the pawns, the queens, the rooks, they will also attempt to stop one tenacious little pawn from reaching the king, you see.
Helen shimmies his feathers a bit. I've taken down flocks.
Now that is
Of people?
slaughter.
Of people, cousin?
No, not people, cousin.
There's the difference.
A monster is a monster.
Aye, but
I'd
each
say that I
monster
disagree.
needs to be... You can't hunt a fish or a bird in the exact same manner,
Yes,
can you?
I think he can. With the... Makes a claw hand.
No, Howlen does raise his wing to say no, cousin has a point.
We need to find Maxwell's weakness. Certainly one is that there are many more who are discontented with him than there are who, let's say, allow
his
him
leadership.
Perhaps,
allow him to exist.
Perhaps if they knew of each other, if they knew their numbers far exceeded his, that might assist.
Aye, it would. The question is, how much are we going to be able to do in the time that we have? Hence my searching around for a way to stall, at least.
Inra is looking around at the sky, and he's kind of like shielding himself from the sun, and he says, well, how many days until we get there? Which is going to be roughly about, I want to say from where you guys are, 3 more days, I think. Let me double check.
So how many days has that been total? I know it took like a couple days, like 2 days, to get from Calcheth to the Grove.
It took 4 days to get to Calcheth from Calcheth to the Grove, which was a long time on the barge.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
out.
Buckthorn tried to like pull out all the stops to like cut down as much time as possible.
So you guys will be getting there in the next from this day, 2.5 days. So you guys will have been traveling for a week. You will have essentially a full 24 hours to
cause a riot.
Yeah, to cause problems and or, as Inra is going to suggest, with whoever brings up how many more days of travel they probably have, he's gonna say, Vox said 9 days, right? 9 days we had to be there. So, we have time.
A little.
Friends are in Mulderport, yes?
2 of them, yeah. Theodore and Michelle. They're there right now.
Perhaps they could spread the word
Well,
of
they're in
discontent.
jail.
Content. Well, no, the other 2. The rabbit,
Oh, no, they're...
the knight.
I think... and so this whole time, like, as Cordelia had said to him, he'd check in every day. And by the sounds of it, at least to Inra's understanding, they're still on the ocean. And they won't be there for another... They would be there, judging... Like, we'll just say that Inra asks, like, trying to understand, like, time frame here. On that 9th day that Vox said you all had to be there by is when they would arrive.
Okay.
Oh god, so if we stuff up, then they arrive to 2 dead bodies.
Well, let's stuff it up then.
Very careful.
Thanks for that, Zink.
Simple.
Plan of action. Don't fuck up.
I like that plan.
You're good, scrub.
Skill issue.
Honestly.
I will offer, like, I do have, I don't know if this helps, but if we're inciting in an interesting way, no, I should be on your side. It's okay. Helen has nothing really to offer except for Mim to remind you he's got noble standing, if that counts for anything.
I mean,
It does raise more of a ruckus.
We
Does
could...
he have noble standing?
I do.
He does.
I'm a
Literally,
noble.
like, to everyone? Or just, I thought it was
The
all in his
Eventide
head.
Wild
This is actually Howland's neighborhood.
I thought it was
No, he's got
claims of your greatness were greatly exaggerated kind of thing.
Nah. Well, it's more so like most of you guys wouldn't like his claim to greatness, but he's a noble, and it's recognized, and it gives him my feature position of privilege.
Yeah, you could at the very least have Howland distract this man.
Yeah,
in
one of
some way or
my
another.
Prison break.
questions is like, if Maxim wants to be there to see these guys die, can we like get his
Just
attention on
delay it?
something else? Yeah. It's
No,
like,
that's
I need to be there to see them die, but what if we distract him?
Yeah, like Maxwell looking at his watch every 2 seconds, like, oh, the execution's in 2 hours, and this owl is still talking to me. God, like that kind of thing.
Howlin'
But
the
like in
honeypot. but in a very specific way.
As in not a honeypot at all.
The money pot. The money pot, let's say.
Yeah, there
It was
you go.
like a molasses pot to slow him the fuck down.
The great molasses flood of Molderport. It's how
No,
If it weren't for the casualties that would cause.
yeah, that's the problem. That's why it's Howlin.
I mean, like, just reminding that is there if we wanted to play another angle.
Yeah.
Of like, I have access to this place thanks to my noble birth. People are
Wait, so
inclined to think the best of you.
theoretically, this isn't gonna happen, but theoretically, if Howland did an attempt at an assassination, could he use his noble standing to, like, get out of it?
I feel like it's more
Diplomatic
I could
immunity?
use my noble standing to get in the room with him and then immediately relinquish my noble standing by cutting his head off.
Yeah.
I believe that's
Which is
called
not-
like a coup, technically.
Yeah.
No, sorry,
Yeah.
because that's, yeah. But anyway,
That's only if Howland stays around to like seize power for himself after.
no.
Otherwise, it is
God, that'd be
simply
funny.
assassination. That would be funny. Howland's like,
New leader of
I
Mulderport.
rule Mulderport now.
It's now a gigantic bird
My
box.
city now.
Oh my
Dear
The
god.
God.
bit is
No, no, no.
everyone has to, like, address him as such, like President Howland Fairfeather the Fourth.
President. Please, that was not voted in. This is birthright.
Oh, of course, my mistake, my liege.
Ay, caramba.
I'm trying. Okay, so above board, I think the sort of means that Buckthorn is most inclined to is like stalling via talk, whether that be forged documents, whether that be some sort of big distraction or something like that. That's one option. And then the other point to that would be like essentially starting a riot against Maxwell by like airing all of his dirty laundry.
¿Por qué no los dos?
That is probably like the way to go forward. The question is like, the uprising would certainly put Maxwell's back against the wall and leave him with less chances to execute the friends because he has to defend his position of power. But that's a question of like, how much time do we take? How much time do we need to actually start that?
Inra's going to concur with you. And throughout all this planning, I think where he's going to rest is that there's going to be the point of he wants to get there to see what's happened. Because as of right now, a lot of the information that they have is apparently coming from Cordelia, who's in the middle of the ocean, with two of his friends who are also in the middle of the ocean, who are by some means, probably communicating with Theodore and or Ashale, who are then in prison, who are then somehow hearing all of this somehow, some way. He's just going to make the point of like, there's a lot of hands touching this information. So let's try and see what's happening for ourselves.
Yeah.
No one in Molderport is necessarily going to question random travelers coming into town. So
No.
we can have a look around just plainly in town.
Yeah. That's Inra's going to.
Except maybe Inra. Inra might want to stay with the guild at the guild inn.
Oh.
Honestly, yeah.
Speaking
he
of
might.
Speaking of such, Inra, how would you like to be a wolf for a moment?
I'm sorry, what?
How would you like to be a wolf for a moment?
Are you talking like I sorry, this is gonna be one hell of a reference, but he's gonna look to you and say, are you talking about I'm a wolf in all ways but physical, or are you talking like always and physical?
Always and physical.
Got it. Okay, why? That's him
Well,
talking,
I thought
not
that
me.
might be. I thought it might be a good way for you to get into striking distance without being noticed.
Oh.
Ooh.
Basically,
Yes.
Okay.
in meta, Buckthorn casts Polymorph on Inra, turns him into a dire wolf or any other creature of. It has to be a beast of.
CR equal to your level?
Yes.
Oh my god, can I have another griffin?
2 griffins.
You can be a griffin.
We all
Riding a
griffins.
griffin.
Yes!
You can pull the sled.
I think griffins
Quickly,
are
I just got
monstrosities and not beasts, sadly.
Yeah, technically.
You
They
could
should-
turn them
they
into
should be-
an auroch.
Yeah. 2 of them.
Oh god.
I like
They're
that.
pretty impressive.
He could also become
Oh.
a giant shark.
Shark?
Land shark.
Yeah. Yes.
Indra could become a giant shark. Yes, and I can carry him into the I can carry him into Parliament and throw him
Yeah.
onto the table and just let him thrash around.
Look.
Max will die in a shark attack.
How was he in the
How?
ocean?
Oh my
He's not on
God.
dry land.
That's a legitimate
shark
plan. Just get him in the water. Oh my god. Who could have seen
That is
this
a
coming?
I was gonna say though, oh gosh, I just got such a random like side image of like if I have access to an important place by dint of being a noble, I can also bring my dog, this gigantic
Yeah.
wolf.
Yep.
This hunting dog. Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
That's
Oh, what? You guys don't have dire wolves as pets? Skill issue once again.
So, like, as far as getting him into Mulderport without potentially anybody recognizing him, he'll agree to like go beast form on whichever you guys choose. Honestly,
yes.
So
Why you trust us? Terrible mistake.
yeah, that's yeah.
Howlin excitedly, could you make him fly?
Yeah,
I think
good.
there's some flying animals I could transform it into. The issue is that with the polymorph spell, you may not retain all of your humanoid senses.
So if Inra flies away, we may lose him for a spell.
Oh.
Oh,
Will
no.
he know to come down before he transforms back? Or
I
will
believe
he-
yes.
horrific
It just
image.
might be a little bit of a different perspective, which is why I wanted to bring up the subject now and have you try it out for a spell before we actually get there.
Okay. I will say, just for the frame of having him not run off by accident, I could allow like the a dog, regular dog, wolf. I'll even go so far as dire wolf on this one, where they are, you know, commonly, at least in this world, commonly domesticated animals, and
Yes.
the thought process that the polymorph could mimic that in some way where he will like stick with you guys, I will say is
Oh, it's-
feasible.
It's not even a he'll fly away forever. It's more like a you're not going to understand human language very well when you are an animal.
Yeah.
Is
That's
that
more the issue.
is
Yeah.
that like cancelled out by like speech of beast? Because I can communicate
speak to-
somewhat.
Oh. Wait, yeah,
Oh,
Furbol's
you're
got
right.
that thing.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah.
mean, like you can still make like animal handling or charisma checks. It's just like, and Indra doesn't forget anything. He just sort of won't think of it.
Yeah.
It's pretty much sort of flattening the more complex thoughts down.
Give him
will
one of those
s-
keyboards.
I will definitely say though that because of Kim being a Furbolg, that if there needs to be any communication to Inra, like clearly, she'll be
Yeah.
able to do it with the Furbolg ability. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, while we're traveling, I wanted to give Inra a chance to have the zoomies and
That's great. Okay.
consensually polymorph him into a. Which would he prefer, a dire wolf or like a war horse?
Yeah. It's
What's Igma?
Igmat's an
Igmit is an
Orc.
orcs.
If anybody else spoke Orcish, that would actually an Orc would probably be pretty great for it, but Inra's the only one who does. I rolled. He'll take the dire wolf. He's like, that just sounds pretty cool.
In which case, I will cast polymorph on Inra
All right.
and transform him into a dire wolf. He now has a speed of 50 feet.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
And pack tactics.
And if I'm not mistaken, he's considered large.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. He is the size of Igmut and Crow.
Yep.
Yes.
Whoa.
That's
Big boy.
big boy. I like to think that as he transforms, like the fur, I think it's a mantle. The fur mantle is what kind of expands over him, and his fur turns into this like dark brown. I think it would be kind of like a walnut almost kind of coloration to him.
Mm-hmm.
As he fully transforms, he's a big old majestic direwolf.
Sick.
He sticks with it. He kind of like gets used to being on all fours for a second. He kind of like does the like forelegs outward.
Mm-hmm. Bambi's it.
Yeah, Bambi's it a little bit. Adjusts himself, gets used to it, tries like running ahead of you guys a little bit and circling back. And like as he's running, you guys can hear like every single footstep that he makes. It kind of shakes the ground a little bit because he's big.
Yeah.
Aw.
Direwolves actually have a +4 to stealth. So.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's wild.
Does he want to race? Does he want to race? Does he want to race?
He'll race you. That sounds fun.
Excellent. I'll do it while flying, obviously.
Obviously. I love that. There probably isn't even any like rule set, just like, okay, go fast.
It's the way that dogs run when you like just run near them.
Yeah.
The instant like ping of like race. Okay.
Yeah, exactly like that. Oh, I love that so much. He kind of has to like get used to like jumping around and trying to get through the trees because it's a heavily wooded area, and like at certain points he kind of has to like stop himself short as he realizes he's gonna try and squeeze through too small of a gap and then dart around it and keep going. He's having such a good time with that.
Helen's leading through like a reasonably clear place, but with enough like obstacles to really get used to it. I feel like it's one of those like it's like chasing the rabbits and the dog races, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or hunting something, except Howland's made himself the hunt in this case.
Follow me.
Oh, I love that so much. What a nice image.
So get used to all of his legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets used to it. He adjusts, and when all is said and done, I think he'll give the full approval of like, I think this is how you get me in.
Is that we smuggle the boy in?
Yeah.
Yes.
His
Polymorph him. Yeah. Polymorph him for an hour.
Fun little
Bounding.
thing. Who wants to roll a percentile dice?
Okay.
I haven't rolled anything this session yet.
Yeah.
I'll
Go,
Let's roll a
Avery.
percentile. Let's see what happens.
How much ass do we get kicked? 100%.
Just one of those?
Yep, just one.
Cool.
Let's see what happens.
55.
55.
Ooh.
Okay.
Slightly above average.
I just wanted to have you guys roll that just to see if you stumble across something. You won't. But it was just a fun little thing that may or may not have happened. Throughout the next couple days, you guys will, keep training Inra, get him used to the direwolf form, get him adjusted, and get yourselves ready to enter Mulderport. By the end of your travels through the Golden Woodland, you guys will be arriving in Mulderport around the 7th day, the evening of the 7th day since leaving Calcheth. So you guys, technically, by what Vox had said, you have at least 24 hours before anything bad happens. And you still have a little bit of time this day. You will be approaching from the northwest, and there is a bit of a cliff that then leads down through a path into the city of Mulderport. And from where you are, you can see dozens, hundreds of lights from houses just dotted around in a very symmetrical pattern along along a small peninsula and along the cliffside coast. And you'll be able to see two large towers one that Inra will point out as the Silk Robe and the other as the main guard tower. And still, even during the evening, from where you guys are, you can see just these small little dots moving across the muddied landscape where people are still out and about doing as they do. And I will move you guys over to the Mulderport map.
Woo! Hey, we made it!
You guys made it!
My gosh, we made it.
With a little bit of time to spare.
Yeah.
Thanks to Buckthorn's big ol' natural 20.
Yeah.
Thank you, Buckthorn.
This is the first like big town map I ever made. It's weird looking back on this now.
History.
It's been a while, Mulderport. So you guys will be approaching from roughly like this area here, getting the view downward. Inra will point out that this is the Silk Robe, and the other tower on the far side is the main guard tower. And you guys will just be able to see the very tops of some docked ships that are just poking above the cliffside, like just the very tops of their masts and sails. And we will point out that from what he knows of the city is that the Mercantile Guild is right here. And the Silver Platter be across the street. And a temple here at the very tip of the peninsula. Because otherwise, I don't remember much else.
I think.
Yeah, Avery's already starting to like sketch out as much of a map. You know, like early on, he kind of started on a very rough draft, and he's starting to expand upon that now, just to try and help us navigate if we need to, with little bits he's picking up. It's not much yet, but he's working on it.
Sounds good. I'm not gonna make you do like a cartography check. Ash is very good at that.
Yeah, he's all in now. That's what that little speech before was about. It's like, forget what happened last night. I'm here. I'm ready. And he's clicked in now.
Hell yeah.
I think we're all very much like, this team does very well when we have a task to do. And I feel like we're really ready for this task. I think like the goal is definitely going to be get as much information as possible.
The question is, Inra being a wolf from here on out, or is there a point in this point where he'll still be able to be Inra?
I can only turn him into a wolf once a day for an hour.
Yeah, so like he'll just be undercover until then.
Yeah. One of my thoughts was take the wolf to the guild and get a room as Avery, and then leave right in that room, essentially.
Yeah.
That works.
You guys could probably bring him up into the room as just a regular wolf, and not a giant wolf. So that worked out fine.
Obviously, like I can change him into any like animal. I could turn him into a little mouse.
Yeah, you can just be in a pocket.
Or a cat. You know, there's some of this.
Save on bunking costs. There's only 4 of us.
Yeah, I mean, like literally, I could turn him into anything. The reason I wanted to get him used to being a direwolf is so that, like, when I transform him, into that for combat purposes, it's not a
it's
what
not
the
a shock.
fuck is happening to you?
He doesn't deer legs his way through the combat situation. That's what we want to avoid.
Yeah. It's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, and if we want to gather information, you know, I have information gathering. Avery would literally be fine to just go out into town and start talking to people.
I would also go start.
In mind.
Yeah.
I can. Is there even like a nobility here? What does the upper crust here look like, other than those fuckers?
Those are the only fuckers.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, if I want to rub shoulders with the upper crust, it's them.
Yup.
I mean, they might not mind an even tail Wilder.
They may not.
I think, because in that case, while you're info gathering in general, I might specifically try and hit up a place that's known for like. This strikes me as the kind of town where like
people definitely buy like monster parts in a port town.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
There's a huge market
And
for that
because and because the people in charge, the people with power, seem to also approve of like strong arming, I feel like they might also jive with the Eventell Wilder. So Howlen Fairfeather, the fourth of the Eventell Wilders, specifically Wilders of the Talon, might actually come back here in full swing as a flex.
Yeah. I'm down for that.
To start getting information from people.
Yeah.
I've not used my freaking crazy persuasion checks yet either.
I would say Avery and Howlin start working the town over in terms of like get as much information. If Avery goes through like tradespeople and such, good. If Howlin goes through tradespeople, mercenaries, rich people, because certainly there are going to be rich people who are not necessarily nobility in a port town.
It seems like somewhere where rich people could come and, misbehave, I guess, be asshole.
Yeah.
Without much consequence.
Yeah.
All right. I like the plan. So, turning Inra into what animal? Are we deciding? Just for flavor.
Oh gosh. I think
The
for
mouse,
the purpose
duh.
of sneaking in a little like a little mouse or like something that can hide into a pocket.
Okay.
Kim immediately scoops him up as a tiny little mouse.
He gets put into a pocket. You just see like his little face looking up at you, the little nose wiggling.
Oh gosh. And Helen looks unimpressed by this one. He's like, doesn't suit him.
All right. So with Inra in mouse form and in Kim's pocket, the four of you will walk down. Igma obviously is going to be a thing, but he can be stabled. He has been stabled before. That's not going to be a problem. And I'll say, just so Igma doesn't fight anybody, Inra's going to speak to him in Orcish, and they seem to have an understanding. I'm not necessarily going to do the full translation here, but Igma understands enough, and he's going to do as he's been asked to do. He will absolutely walk independently of you guys. Like,
that's fine.
He's not going to be like reined by any of you or anything. He will just walk independently. One of you will have to pay for the stable. It's cheap enough.
Helen can do that.
No problem.
I mean, Kim has to stable Crow anyway, so.
No, he can come into the room.
You really can't.
Yeah. I don't think he's gonna fit up the
This is my
stairs.
emotional support, Griffin. This is my service animal. This is discrimination.
And he has a vest.
Looks at the half plate. Oh god. Sadly, Crow will have to be stabled for at least 24 hours.
No. Okay.
Keep Igmet company.
Okay. They probably don't like
I'm sure
each
they're
other.
friends by now. Okay.
I think
I think
minimum
there's
they
a
tolerate.
grudging. I think
Yeah.
there's a grudging warrior's respect between them, but that's about it.
They've been in each other's presence long enough to like, all right, fine. Tolerate you.
Begrudging colleagues.
Yeah, begrudging colleagues for sure.
Crow does the upset dog huff and lays his chin on the squishmallow.
That's lovely.
Can't survive without me and my hugs.
Buddy.
Hugless.
Well, as you guys start to head down the cliff and make your way into Mulderport, now you can start to see everything in its full magnitude. Where there are many, many residents that are symmetrically dotting this very wide and muddy road. There is no pavement to be found here. No laid stone, nothing. It is just thick dirt and on the horrifically rainy days, very, very muddy. There are still hundreds of people on the street who do give you guys some berth, seeing as you have some larger beasts with you. Patrolling around, you will see several guards both walking and on creatures, which I'm going to just say that honestly, Buckthorn and Kim are probably going to know these. Actually, Asher too. Howland's probably going to be a little bit lost on these ones because they were never in the Golden Woodland ever. But they are Pentari birds. They are these little homebrew creatures of mine that are, if you guys have ever seen a secretary bird, they're just, they're larger rideable versions of that. I love those guys.
Oh no! Kim wants to ride. Are they big enough for her to ride?
Yeah, absolutely. There are at least there is at least one guard on these one guard per secretary bird look-alike here, so they could absolutely handle Kim. They don't really do well with 2 people on them, but they can handle 1 rider. But they run past you guys. They're little feet slapping on the dirt. They do come in some varieties of subspecies where some of them do look like the secretary birds and others look more like waterfowl in a way, with like the web feet and bills rather than beaks and strong leg. But they're running by, patrolling and what have you, and by Inra's direction, you guys know that the Mercantile Guild is down the peninsula, and you head that way. And you know what I'm gonna do? Because I do have more detailed, smaller maps than this that I think is going to be important for you guys to see. So I'm going to you guys.
Oh, this place looks inviting.
Yeah, the nooses really bring the whole thing together.
Yeah, the nooses really bring it all together, doesn't it?
A gallows.
Yeah, that was going to be one of Avery's questions. Is like, hey, where are the executions at? But hey, maybe don't need to ask about it.
I mean, I feel like Igmut and Crow could just break them and run away.
Yeah.
Can't execute anyone if you've got nowhere to do it.
I feel like they must have more. I feel like in a town like this, you just bring up your backup nooses, you know?
They do just have a giant cliff to throw people off of, so.
Yeah, there's like cliffs. There's like, you don't, this is just like, this is a formality, but you can use a tree, you can use a cliff, you can just hold someone underwater.
Yeah, this is air quotes, the humane way, plus the like demonstratable way.
Yes.
This is the cinematic experience as opposed to the, reality TV version kicks you. Sparta kicks you off the side of multiple.
Sparta kicks you into the ocean.
Swan dive. Splat.
Yeah.
So, getting into the main plaza, you will see that there are many tents and other little pitched up areas. It seems that some of them, actually probably a good amount of them, have been taken down, but some still remain, probably a little bit more semi-permanent. But you will initially see the guardhouse on the left with a bunch of balconies and many guards just up and around doing their thing up there. And there is a divided attention between the knowledge of where the execution will definitely probably be happening, in the area in which Inra had pointed out the silver platter. That's no longer there.
Straight up gone?
This building was the silver platter.
So that's been destroyed.
What is it now? Just, it's gone.
Rubble and foundation.
Oh.
Wow.
It has been thoroughly destroyed. And Inra doesn't see a thing in Kim's pocket.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm gonna keep him down in there.
And you
Was
soak up
anyone
this.
killed? Like, I'm kind of wondering with Avery's whispers if this seems to be a place of death or just destruction.
It will seem to be simply destruction, but they do whisper to you. Yeah, I know they would whisper this to you. They would whisper to you that this is a place of future death.
Something like that.
Delightful.
Guys, head into the Mercantile Guild.
Who's this person? Is this statue like anyone in particular?
The two statues, yes. So the two statues at the plaza, I'll have everybody roll religion for these.
Hey, 16, not too bad.
Yeah,
Cool.
15.
Yep.
10.
10. Okay.
Not my
11.
purview.
Yeah, neither Buckthorn nor Howland will understand who these individuals are. Asher, through knowing travelers, and honestly, Kim, kind of the same, being where you were, in where you had grown up. These are on the. This one over here is known as the Great Seychelles, a mortal that arose to deific power. He's a sea elf who is considered to be the more good leaning deity of the sea, and is the direct contrast to the other being over here, which is just symbolized by two waves that seem to be like crashing together and upwards, kind of doing like a double crescent shape where the rounded edges touch each other. That is the statue of Umberly, who is considered to be a malevolent being of the sea, and a lot of people pay their respects and homage to her out of fear more than respect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One of her other titles is the Sea Bitch.
Oh yeah, that do be it.
Actual?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick though.
Yeah, I would absolutely accept that title.
I can imagine Avery relaying this to Buckthorn, maybe Helen, if Helen's listening, talking, about the, more refined specifics, and then Kim busting in with the additional information of,
Yeah.
also known as the Sea Bitch.
Yeah.
They were like, yeah, I guess so.
Mm-hmm. So that's who those two figures are, and there's there are candles underneath each of them, and there are offerings to each at the pedestals. So it seems that for a port town, it makes sense that these two would be here.
Yeah.
Heading into the guild, you guys will see a golden lit interior where there is stained wood, tables, chairs, stools, all manner of very immaculate, very well taken care of furnitures and decor and all things. Several chandeliers hang overhead, and you can see that there is a tiered like balconies to each floor that look down to the center point of the guild, where there are hundreds, I don't want to say hundreds, that's way too many, dozens upon dozens of people right now. Yeah, there's a large bar area with a separate section off to the side that has many paper orders up behind a secretary's I don't want to say just simply desk, but it spans like an alcove where there are several people behind, and there's just hundreds of these papers just pinned up waiting for anybody to take orders for to be filled. And it's bustling. It is a bustling place right now. Many of the people in here seem to vary between exorbitantly rich and I want to say they appear they're not struggling. They're not. Nobody's in rags. Nobody's particularly destitute. But those who do not look exceptionally opulent look like they're working folk. They have workers' attire on, though they're not messy. It's very much like the I know I'm presenting you my trade, but in the manner of I look clean, put together, all these things. Howlin blends right in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nobody really pays you all much mind as you will walk in, and we'll say, Kim, for the time being, you go off and are stable real quick, come back in. That way you all are just kind of together. Asher, you'll probably understand the workings of the place right now better than anybody. You know who to go to get a room, and they'll ask you, of course, for your guild papers. You can present those.
Will do.
They'll be kind of shocked at the distance you've traveled for this.
Yeah, true.
I'm a cartographer. What do you expect?
They'll just kind of like give like the exaggerated frown and the nod of like, all right.
I guess so. Seems legit.
Yeah, seems legit. They'll give each of you these like stamped cards with the Mercantile Guild stamp on them, and just say, like if anybody like questions you as far as like you being in here, and like let's just say you forget your keys to your room or what have you, just present this. Everything will be fine. You'll be taken care of here, etc. They'll give you guys they're just assuming that you all, being a traveling party, will want a singular space. They don't really offer you much else than that, but they'll offer you like a suite.
Fine.
Yep, that works.
Oh.
Works.
Like a shared lodging?
Yeah, of shared lodging.
Cool.
So it'll still cost
big room, but
yeah, it'll be 5 gold for at least a 2-night stay, which is like their minimum that they want you to be there for. Yada yada.
Yeah. Well, we might have to bail in 2, so we'll just pay for the 2 nights.
Yeah.
Avery will cover that for everyone.
Thank you. Broke ass. I'm an international ambassador, and I have so little money.
Is this 5 gold each?
No, just
total.
Total.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give you a gold if it seems like 1 each.
Yeah, it could be 1 each.
Up to you. Avery's happy to cover it.
Please cover it.
Yeah, I'll cover it for you, but then so you listened to my entire event and helped me realign my spine after I broke it last night. So I will pay your way going forward.
Yeah.
You've offered me assistance. The least I can do is offer my pockets.
I give Avery a gold. By the way.
Okay, so
you only have to pay for the mouse and the buck.
Yep, and the me.
I don't think I've realized that Buckthorn has no money. I don't think I realized that people have no money unless they
Destitute.
Like proper beggars, I guess. Then I'll be like, of course they don't have money, they're asking,
It's the object permanence.
Yeah, sorry. I don't click.
He's learning. He's cooking.
Yeah,
he's getting there.
Alan's cooking. He's all right.
Like a rotisserie chicken.
Delicious.
We got a room. We can let the mouse out.
Yeah, you guys go up to your room. You're up on roughly around like the I'm 3rd floor. We'll say that you guys are kind of like at this point up here. That way you have a nice view downward, and you are facing the plaza through the window you have there.
Got a view of the nooses from here.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, if worst comes to worst, we can just, run in.
Asher with his Avery with his crossbow, like walking alone in. just testing the aim in the window.
Gosh, you're getting your sniper position ready.
Yes. Just in case, we gotta be ready to be adaptable, and I gotta know where I shoot.
Do you guys think I should start doing my schmoozing routine before I head up with you?
Yeah.
Just sort of, because I feel like when we walk in, there's that some attention turns to us, and Howlin will quickly absorb it into, hello, I am Howlin Fairfeather the 4th routine. Yeah. And then you guys can go upstairs while I start to liaise with my
Rub
It'll-
shoulders. Is it rub shoulders or rub elbows?
Yeah. Either.
How do you-
You
How
know
do
what?
you
The whole bicep.
the whole arm.
So what we'll do is we'll split it up a little bit where we'll handle everybody in the room real quick because Inra's gonna have a few things to say. And then
Oh, am I missing Inra time? I hate it here.
just a little bit, not anything too crucial. But he's gonna have a few things to say. And then for brevity's sake, I'll just have you guys tell me what you want to try and find out. And then I'll have you do the rolls, and then we'll figure things out from there for as much brevity as we can here. With Howlin starting to rub elbows downstairs and everybody up, the room is very nice. Some nice dark wood around you, and there candles already lit, and some little mints on the pillows.
Of course.
Of course.
Okay.
Kim, you'll feel Inra kind of like trying to poke his head out from the pocket, just trying to get some. Please.
I'm out.
Very careful taking him out so she doesn't crush him in her giant hands.
Yeah. once
don't.
once Inra has been safely deposited on the floor
Bed.
in a way that like he can return to human form, Buckthorn will drop the spell.
Sounds good. Yeah, he'll just kind of like either put him on the floor of the bed. If he's on the floor, he's just gonna kind of lay on his back and be like, "It's hard to breathe in there."
Sorry.
It's fine. It's just really warm. And he'll get himself off the floor and dust himself off a little bit. Okay. Well, looks like that went well. Enough.
So far, so good. Avery, like, by the window, doing measurements.
Calculating angles.
Getting like the ruler out, getting be like a protractor.
Essentially, yes.
That's great. We'll adjust himself and he'll go out to the window and he'll just say, "Well, it's been a while since I've been here." You'll see his eyes trace over to the silver platter. Oh. I probably should have expected that.
Nexum does seem the ruthless sort.
Yeah, he does.
And that does make our job harder. It's obvious he stamps out rebellion so thoroughly.
Here's hoping he missed a few things. And here's hoping it made more people angry than afraid. And he's
Asher maybe
okay.
crosses his fingers.
And we'll do the same back, and he's gonna look at the nooses down there as well. Oh, I see they have their plan. Let's hope they don't get any use. He's just gonna step away from the window and sit down on a bed and just start to unpack a few things. But he's looking a bit tense and intense now that he's realizing where he is and that he is in the lion's den. He looks, no insights needed. He's not hiding it. He's about business now.
Yeah, I think we all are in a way.
Yeah. Let's get down to business. To defeat.
I think at least one of us should always be in the room with Inra.
You guys are all very info gathering focused, so maybe I'll stay with him for now.
Okay.
Yeah. You are very notable too, Kim. No offense.
I am.
If we're trying to
I'm
be
a
a little
head
down low.
turner.
Yeah,
Kind of a
with
big
your
deal.
7 foot tall woman is coming through town.
All right, so those leaving the room, Asher, is Buckthorn going as well?
I think so, yes.
Okay. So here's what we'll do. Asher, I know you're going to do information gathering. Helen, I'm going to have you do persuasion.
Yeah.
And Buckthorn, what would you like to be using here?
I could do persuasion etiquette or perception or insight.
I'll let you do etiquette on that one.
Okay, in which case let's go with etiquette.
All right. So going down the line of what you guys want to find out, we're gonna start with you. So what is it that Howlin is looking for?
I think general. Look, he's so. I will accept advising too from the others, like during the previous conversations. But it's very. I think Howlin might be looking for the opinion of Maxwell.
Yeah.
And the others in charge, but he seems to have a specific focus on Maxwell, I think because he doesn't quite understand the larger machinations of this place.
Okay.
But he seems to be the head dog, so I kind of want to know what people are thinking about him.
Got it.
Yeah, what's Maxwell's reputation in Mulderport?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Persuasion.
In much the same way that Howlin looks for opinions about the Eventel Wilders, but switched gears a little bit.
Okay. That could lead to some
15.
interesting things. Okay, 15. So, what you will get from those around here, you will find, speaking to people, being very ostentatiously presentable and trying to find the right folk to talk to. What you will find is that everybody keeps it very short. Like, they don't want to say too much. And what's your passive insight?
Bad.
12?
12?
12.
I'm gonna be honest with
okay.
you. That's enough. It's like it's so unintentionally obvious coming from these people. And Howlin putting a few things together is that everything that has occurred here in Mulderport has happened not too long ago.
Yeah.
Like, you're looking at probably like a 2-month period at most right now. So all these people who are here, who have arrived here hearing all these things, or who do live here, this is still fresh. And so a lot of things that you are hearing are just like, well, he's very intense, very...
damning with fake praise kind of vibes.
Yes, exactly that. No better way to put it.
I feel like Howlin might even offer, like, when someone's telling you something but they're holding back. I think he does that look around the room and sort of like suggests, with that freedom that an outsider might have, is he in the room? Why is everyone so guarded with their opinions?
Oh.
Sort of fishing for, like, does are there ears in the room? Like, why is everyone so nervous? Is he here? Are his lackeys here? Like, that kind of question. Leading question loudly too, so like if you want to shut him up, answer him.
There will be some people who just kind of like grab at your arm and just give you like the look, almost like, okay, the best way that I think it's going to click with Howlin is like he's back home. And like if Howlin was either like stepping out of line unintentionally or saying too much, kind of like father grabbing the arm and giving the look.
Great.
That one's like, oh, I don't like this.
I recognize this feeling. Snatches his arm back. Like, excuse me. Beg your pardon.
There will be like the apologies for overstepping, but needing to have you understand.
Howlin nods. He'll diffuse that quickly with song or, regaling another silly little... It's not silly, sorry. Another glorious story of the Wilders. Instead, switch gears, just talking about how good at killing he is, basically.
Okay.
Trophies he has. Just kind of diffusing that question back into, like, regular chatter. But I will admit, at this moment, he doesn't like being here anymore. He wants to go back to the team.
Aww.
Aw,
That's
buddy.
actually sweet.
Sounds like, actually, I hate it here. Where are my friends?
Aw.
Buddy. Oh no.
Character development. Oh no.
Oh no.
It happens to the best of us.
I'm made for this situation. Whoops, I hate it.
Oh.
What's going on? This random stranger incited the same thing my father tends to. I hated you. Cousin!
Help. All right. We'll do Asher next. Or Avery. I'll get there. Avery next.
Both are
Avery said
valid.
either way.
You're good.
Every time you say Asher, you're keeping his brother alive.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the vibe, though. He doesn't mind.
All right.
But yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
Avery's
wanna
gonna
know?
go out into town.
Okay.
Yeah, so similar to kind of what Helen was getting at, he's going to, as if he's a traveler that has just arrived, he's going to be asking questions about, like, that destroyed building, what happened. And I noticed there were nooses in the courtyard, and he's just really trying to get the local, not only opinion, but, like, information. What do people know about the execution that's coming? What do they know about what has occurred? And, like, what are their feelings about it? As well as kind of, like, dipping into the local rumor mill. What are people saying? Kind of on the down low about everything that's going on, regardless of the facts they're being fed.
Okay. Okay, that could lead to some very interesting stuff. Information gathering.
14.
Okay, 14. What you will know is people, first of all, will explain the silver platter being gone. A lot of people will tell you the same thing of, it turns out that Bel Ekro was trying to usurp Maxwell, usurp the benefactors as a whole, and decided to go after Maxwell first. And we'll explain that, what they had heard and why Belle was inevitably arrested was because she had hired some mercenaries to try and assassinate Maxwell to a failed end. They'll say, what else? In the 14, they'll say that different people, but who will tell you the same information. They will say it does feel a little strange, though, that the silver platter was inevitably burned down. Like, nobody else could have taken it. Like, it seemed that Maxwell really wanted it gone.
I think another thing that Avery's kind of on the lookout for is just really, and I can do a separate insight check for this possibly, really trying to gauge people's feelings around that.
Oh, you won't have to do an insight check. Those who do bring that part up to you definitely look disgruntled. Like, it's the, how it all happened. The people who do stay here in the market area, like, stay there semi-permanently. So, like, they heard a lot of what happened, and what they will tell you is that, after Bell was arrested, that Maxwell himself came out here with his mercenaries who work at the Silk Robe, and he was just screaming, "Burn it all down." They're like, that doesn't exactly scream comfortable, a comfortable, or necessary atmosphere.
Bit much.
No.
Bit much. Avery might also pursue, like, how do people feel about Maribel, was it?
The other...
the owner of the...
Oh, Bell.
silver
Just
platter.
Bell
No.
Ekro.
Just Bell. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of, like, also get a gauge of, like, essentially, Avery already knows, but does this seem out of character? Are people like, that doesn't seem like something she would do? Like, I knew that kind of thing. Like, I knew
Or,
her,
like,
and she...
Yeah.
Like, that's, like, so surprising.
Yeah.
Like, I never would have suspected.
Yeah, 100%. Like, people will say, really just came out of nowhere with that information. Like, a lot of the people will say, especially those in the plaza, will say we would go there every day, grab a bite to eat. And Belle was known for, being on the floor and, talking with everybody who would come through. And If anybody was, on the hard times trying to find even a small job, she'd give them something to do, just at least for the day, and give them a little bit of coin and a free meal. And so they're like, that just seems a little out there. But they'll even mention, but according to Dolly, that's the information that was found. Maxwell concurred, and Bren apparently did not have much to say and just said, I'd seen it too, I guess. Seems right. So everybody feels like those who knew Bells feel pretty damn weird about it.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone have any information about, like, the nooses specifically? Do they know what's happening there? Do they know that there's an execution? Is that like the thing to do in town now? Is come see the execution.
Is that new or?
They will say that only within the past month did a gallows be set up, and they just 2 days ago got the notification throughout town that some of the would-be assassins were found, captured, and will be publicly executed within in 2 days. So you guys have this evening, the next day, and then the 9th day is the day they are slated to be executed.
Mm-hmm. And the nooses have not been used for anyone else? This would be the first time they're seeing use, or?
First time they're seeing use, ever. They never had gallows in this plaza ever before.
Congratulations, team.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
I think that's good grounds to start a revolution, but what do I know?
It's like, so that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like, does anyone know anything about the people who were captured, or was the information just like, these people were captured, they tried to assassinate me?
That's it.
To the nooses with them.
Yeah, that's exactly all that they've been told.
Gotcha.
Oh, and that Bell is going to be executed as well on that stand with them.
Yeah. Yeah, now that's some leverage.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No trial, I'm assuming.
No, they said the people will have said that they never heard of a trial, and like there was no. What they knew is that nobody had been called in as witnesses, just as the scuttlebutt of the town. But they just all that they were told was that the benefactors had reviewed the evidence that they had personally found and declared that it was true enough, and to the news with them.
Yeah, good, great.
That sounds legit.
Super legit.
I believe you.
Okay, I believe you.
Okay, I believe you. Thanks, Roxas.
Anyone else have any questions that Avery could field while he's out that you can think of at the moment?
You guys also have Buckthorn to do his thing as well.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Yeah. I'm wondering if I want to. Here's a thing. I'm curious what Maxwell's lackeys think of the situation. How loyal are they to him?
Nice.
That's a good one to try and figure out.
How far does your coin actually spend in terms of loyalty? Do people like what you're doing? Do people like doing what you make them do?
I will have you roll the etiquette, and the etiquette is for properly navigating the conversation in an articulate way where it doesn't set off anybody's radar, but will still get you an honest answer.
Yeah. Natural 20 for 27!
Hell yeah, Buckthorn!
Motherfucker!
I think as part of this, I'm going to seed little bits of like, wow, that's very extreme. No due process? Nobody's seen the evidence. I suppose you must really trust him to be a wise and impartial ruler. Otherwise, anybody that just became inconvenient for him for any reason could end up on those gallows. And I mean,
going from 0 to 4 executions at once, even with a charge as heavy as political assassination. I mean, whose head is next?
That's brutal.
Seems bad for business.
So here's what I'm gonna give you. Is gonna because
That's the
a natural
undertone.
20. Yeah, that's a natural 20. That's a natural 20. So
Instead of seeing doubt in Buckthorn, we see doubt in them.
Yeah.
like as you are walking around, and I'll even say, well, you know what, we'll loop back to the Mercantile Guild, but go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say I will even like go so far as to like try and attend the Silk Robe
Oh, mama.
as a customer.
Oh, cousin Bucky.
Yay!
Like I will play the part, although I only have 5 gold, so I might need to borrow some money from people.
Borrow you some. I think like we hand off information. That's how you know everyone's vibes before you head into this. Avery will hand off the information, pass the baton, and some gold. So I have 40 gold, 48 gold total. So take whatever you need from that.
I'll throw money around like as just like a customer who's getting a drink at the Silk Robe to like do that.
Okay, that's gonna be really interesting. I'm not gonna pull up the Silk Road map for this, but we'll just say that you get in there. It is a 5 gold fee to get in.
Yeah,
that's as much
Thank
it
you.
costs for the fucking room. Just as an aside.
Yep.
The Silk Robe is fucking bustling with people galore, not just Maxwell's workers, but anybody and everybody. Everybody is belligerent, and there is hardly a proper etiquette in the room, except if anybody does which you already see. If anybody acts improper towards a worker, they're immediately beat the shit in there and then tossed out. Like, you catch that at least once.
Yikes.
I'm kind of imagining Avery has kind of posted himself nearby just in case something goes wrong, but he's got a book out and he's on a bench somewhere looking unassuming and sees some guy just fly out the door.
Pretty much. All of Maxwell's workers, which is something that Inra would have notified you of through his story of everything that went on, wears a blue silk sash around their waist, and that includes the guards and then any mercenaries in there as well. So you find those individuals, and a lot of them will just hearing so how's the job, essentially, is how they take it. And they'll say pays really well, and there are definitely some who say I don't care what I'm made to do, the money's too good. And there are some that will actually, a lot of them will agree in that sense, but what you get out of it is that a lot of them will also say some people can't fucking handle it though. A lot of people not too long ago left, and so a lot of slots had to be filled up. And you specifically hear the phrase "they couldn't handle it" as the reasoning why they left. But and you get the reassurance that as long as the money keeps coming, they'll keep working.
And if Maxwell suddenly, inconveniently runs out of money, that'll be a good reason not to side with him anymore.
I think I do a full circuit of as much as I can on that nat 20 and sort of put feelers out for as many people who are uncomfortable or disapproving or even just nervous about where this is headed, and seed as much doubt as I can.
I love it.
In it.
Yeah.
Okay, and you do, and you sow those seeds, and some people give each other a look as they're hearing you, and You can tell that there's like a break in the, I don't want to call it a facade, but a break in the mask.
Yeah. There's a slight slip of like, yeah, shit's bad. We won't say it out loud, but knowing look. The other thing that I would like to try and do while I'm in the Silk Robe is like count how many mercenaries there seem to be. Like how much force does Maxwell actually have at his disposal? Numbers. And like how well are they armed?
Well armed, several mages, at least just in the Silk Robe alone, on the base floor, 20.
Okay, yeah. About what I expected. He has like significant forces.
And
certainly nothing that like a few people could stand up against, but a whole city maybe. That's a different thing.
Yeah. All right. No, I think we will leave you with that information. And all of you coming back together, sharing that info.
The other thing I'd like to know actually is the other benefactors. Like Maxwell is obviously like running rampant, but what are the other two that are supposed to like keep him in balance doing? How are people feeling about them?
Dolly is I'm just going to tell you, like, what people tell you and what Buckthorn gathers are going to be two totally different things.
Yes.
People will say that, Dolly is supportive of Maxwell and, is very, they explain a lot. Like, a lot of the situation is explained through Dolly. And what that tells you is that Dolly is covering for Maxwell's stupidity. And damage control.
Good to know.
And Bren is very much in the ballpark of this happens outside my wheelhouse. I'm here to keep the economy moving, and that's all I'm focused on.
I wonder if we could go through Dolly, maybe. Be like, hey, aren't you tired of covering for Maxwell's bullshit?
Oh, fun fact though, they are quote unquote in bed together. That's another thing they'll tell you.
Okay.
That's less info that you guys had. That's what the main party has, but through all this, they'll tell you, like, of course, the bedfellow of Maxwell's gonna fucking cover his ass.
Yeah. Still, girl, dump him. You deserve better. Dump him.
If anyone was going to do that, it'd be Buckthorn.
Honestly.
And Kim, honestly, that combined force of like, oh, honey.
Sweetie, you can do better.
Yeah.
It's like, the dick can't be that good.
Oh my God. Honestly.
But that does bring up a good thing for Buckthorn, though. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. Okay. Bear with me. The dick can't be that good.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's a good point.
So then what?
Diminishing returns on this bullshit.
Right. So that's going to, at least what I think that would be clear to Buckthorn is that there has to be something of value in it for Dolly.
Yeah.
There has to be.
Yeah. It can't be purely out of emotional attachment. Yeah. She does not seem like that kind of person, first of all.
No.
And Maxwell does not seem capable of inspiring that in anybody.
No.
True.
Not particularly.
Loveless motherfucker. Yeah.
It's like, this is a political partnership in the truest sense of that word.
I'm actually just going to keep feeding you this information because you got the nat 20 on it. You're in the Silk Robe. Yeah. You're seeing the non-guards, non-mercenaries, working there. That includes the dancers. That includes all the people behind the bar. These people are being paid to, look happy. But there's one person in there that is going to clock on Buckthorn. Inra gave you a description of the woman that where all this revolved around. Oh God! She is in there, and she doesn't approach you. But anytime that she is not actively working, not actively looking at people, not actively doing whatever she's doing, she looks fucking miserable.
The Silk Robe does like offer brothel-esque services, I'm assuming.
I'm gonna get really close for the mic on this. Not on the books.
Makes sense. What would I need to roll to... One, what would I need to roll? Two, what would I need to spend? Because this might be out of my budget.
Oh.
The borrowed money.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you, it's way out of the budget.
Yeah, okay.
Way out
In
of the
which
budget.
case...
Cousin, you have money, don't you?
Not there.
No.
No, he's not there, and
Yeah.
like
God damn
even
it.
if we did trade information, this wouldn't have been like on my mind. That's fine. I think Buckthorn might just try to quote unquote flirt with her by like giving her a little druid crafted flower and very subtly try to invite her to get off her feet for a moment.
Okay.
Just like, have a sit down with me. Keep me company.
Persuasion. Because I'll say that you will have noticed that she's been kind of dodging that kind of attention all night. Or the whole time that you've been there, excuse me. With a 20.
Yeah. I will say, like, Buckthorn is, like, come sit down, sweetie, in the, like, gay way of, like, just keep me company.
Okay.
Just,
like,
just
not
get
afraid.
off your feet for a second. I'm, like, not interested in you in that way. I just want somebody to talk to kind of way.
Okay.
And, like, this will keep you busy and looking like you're working while also giving you a chance to, like, just sit for a second. Service work is hell on the feet.
True. Okay. With a mod 20, I'll give that to you. She'll sit down and you get a better look at her. Seems like she's changed her hair. She got this pixie cut going on, very like platinum blonde happening. Pale halfling girl, very much just wearing the silk robe attire. That is just only a silk robe. And you know, she kind of hesitantly sits down for a moment, but she sits down and like scoots the chair closer, and you can see the very fake facade. And to a lot of people, they wouldn't give a shit, but to you, it matters, and you catch it.
Yeah. I think like Buckthorn asks her, like, does a little bit of small talk of like, what's your favorite flower? What's your name? How long have you been working here? And he sort of makes like a little druid crafted like flower accessory and like gestures for her to like lean in so that he can tuck it behind her ear into her hair, and then will whisper, I'm a friend of Inra's. We've come to make things right.
I had to mute so fast. I just
heard you like choke.
I
the speed of light,
smacked
bro. I
my
heard it.
slider so quick. I went into a coughing fit. Okay. Oh. She freezes.
Yeah, I think Buckthorn just like gently places the flower in her ear and like puts a hand on top of her hand in the sort of like to outside observers it will seem like he's just being flirty and handsy, and he just says, don't panic. I've not come to disrupt you for now. I just want to let you know Inra is safe and well with us, but his friends are in trouble. And I know you can't be the only one here who is suffering.
It's gonna be really, really fucking interesting. She doesn't say a word to you. She gets up and just goes about the business. putting on her best poker face that she fucking can.
Can I roll a little insight check of how she received the news that Inra is well, and that we're coming to fuck shit up?
Insight.
No, not great. 10.
Shock, pure freeze. There is no fight or flight.
Yeah.
There is freeze.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to consider. I'm definitely going to give her a 2 gold tip.
Okay.
On top of whatever I spent of Avery's money. Sorry, but for the entry fee and drink.
All right.
And I'll just be a little bit of out of luck. Oh well, I should head home for the night.
All right. I'm going to.
One more question. Do any of the other workers take notice of her?
No.
Do I get any looks looking at me?
You do not.
Okay. Interesting.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have you all recollect. And what's going to happen is, again, just to keep everything a little quick and put together here, but I think this is going to work out the best way that it possibly could have, as far as maneuverability. So you all recollect, you all share your information, plans are exchanged, and thoughts, fears, everything. My one question is, do you tell Inra that you spoke with Lillian? That's her name.
I think I would.
Okay. He's going to very much take it in stride of, okay, so be it. He's going to say that he doesn't trust her, but that's his opinion. What's done is done. Glad that, she didn't just,
scream.
Yeah, scream out or anything. Glad it was as simple as that. This day is going to end, and a new one begins. I'm going to put everybody here into a small little cutscene, where it's going to be focused on Inra for a moment. Inra is going to very quietly leave the room in the early morning. And all he's going to do is he's going to head downstairs into the guild hall and get himself some breakfast. His full intention is to just have some time to think to himself. He has no plans of going anywhere other than with his thoughts. As he sits there, it's a fairly unpopulated part of the day in the guild hall. And he sits at the bar, just on a stool by himself. And he slowly dips into whatever breakfast he is given. But he has this intense look on his face. There are thoughts and plans going through his head of what to do next. How does he communicate with Theodore and Nishael? How is he going to get the information that everybody needs to know to everybody? Tactics, equations, everything is running through his mind. And he's focused. There are some guards in here as well, just as an aside. As Inra sits there, another individual with heavy footsteps sits down on the stool and with a deeper voice says,
"Something to wake me up today. I got plans to make."
And Inra looks over to his left and sees sitting on the stool next to him a man with long brown hair, a full beard down to his mid-chest, wearing a fur cloak. And Inra recognizes who this is immediately. Maxwell Zen sits next to him right now.
Okay.
And Inra is heating up as he looks. He cannot tear his eyes away from him. There are 5 different things that he wants to do right now, but only one he knows he needs to do, and that is be calm. He swallows hard and pushes his plate away and just steeples his hands and puts them to his chin and looks forward. And then Maxwell turns his head to look at Inra.
Uh-oh.
And he examines him for a moment, and he can see Inra getting red in the face and says, "Had too much already?" Under the assumption that Inra's been drinking this early in the morning. Inra pauses himself before he says a word and chooses them wisely, and not looking at Maxwell says, "I'm just focused. I have a job to do."
Oh? And what job is that for a young man like you?
Inra replies, "I'm here to bring proper justice to a certain person."
Okay, so what, you're a bounty hunter or a lawman of some kind, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
So what? This is where that quarry of yours is, huh? You almost got him?
So close. So close to getting him.
Well, if you're any good at what you do, I'm always looking for mercenary types when you're done.
Inra slowly kind of curls his fingertips along the bar counter and looks Maxwell Zent right in the eyes and says, "Trust me. Nothing you have to offer is anything I want to do."
Oh, Inra. Inra, you're playing with fire. Where are we?
Asleep, I think.
No! Absolutely the fuck not!
Maxwell looks back at Inra
Sorry.
and with kind of a smug face on him says,
Well, if you're sure.
and at that point, an individual comes out of a side door, sees Maxwell, points at him and waves him on, and Maxwell pulls out of his pocket a single platinum and says,
It's on me.
stands up and walks away. And Inra looks at the platinum on the counter, takes it with his index finger and middle finger and slides it away from him on the bar counter, looks at the worker and says, "I'll pay my own way."
We don't need your blood money here, sir.
And not 2 minutes after this scenario, Inra is approached again, except this time by 2 guards. And one of them says to him,
Excuse me. Your name Inra?
his eye twitches as he turns around and he sees a guard, full armor, mace attached to the belt, and a large scar that covers from top lip down to bottom lip, almost to like middle of the chin, and wearing a red bandana on his head. I need to roll a saving throw for Inra. I rolled a natural.
Great, you need to roll a saving throw from me in a second.
Inra rolled a natural 1.
No.
Can we
Can we notice that Inra's out of-
You guys are.
Where are we
You
right
guys
now?
are just waking up.
Bitch, I am an elf. I barely sleep.
I understand.
Let me be in the room.
I understand.
Please.
I understand. Trust me. Let me cook.
Only I rolled that hearing sensitivity check too. So whatever happens next, I might hear it. I don't know if a 15's high enough to hear from upstairs.
You guys, trust me. There will be a notification.
Oh fuck!
Inra looks up at this individual and says out loud, "Fucking Terry." And there is just the most tense eye contact there has ever been in a lifetime.
You're still alive? I thought Terry was dead.
He's not dead. He just got beat up really bad. And like it echoes out in this mostly empty hall. And Terry adjusts himself. I see you remember me. Enra stands up from his stool. I remember you. Can I help you? Talking through clenched teeth. Yes. In fact, you can. And he gets close to Inra, like just leaning forward. And as he's leaning forward, he says, "Don't punch me." Lillian has told us to find you. And Inra immediately, he now freezes. And Terry says, "My friend here's gonna grab your friends and come with me. We are going to have a friendly conversation. I mean a friendly conversation." He backs up. "So if you don't mind, come with me." I'm rolling insight for Inra. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. Okay, he rolled a 19.
Okay. Can I just say upstairs, do you think I could have heard the fucking Terry echo through the place?
That's exactly what I was going to let you have.
So we're waking up at this point.
I think Howlen specifically would have heard it a bit louder. His little, like, fluffing up the feathers around his, like, owl ears, which is his face, I think. Sorry, I don't remember how owls work. Anyway, he's just going to say, "Who's Terry?"
Nobody in the room knows Terry.
Yeah, Ash like rubbing at his eyes, like, "Who? What?"
Then Helen does that sharp, "Inra's downstairs."
Avery's like in the middle of cleaning his glasses and waking up and just kind of like startles, fumbles with them. It's like, "Oh shit!"
Swings the door open. Silently, my stealth is like innate.
With Inra's insight, which is ended up being a mod 20, he senses a genuine statement come from Terry's mouth. And so Inra, so untrusting of the situation, is going to hesitantly be guided out of the guild and brought to the guardhouse across the plaza. As you all...
I'm sorry, he just left us?
We're being collected.
You guys
imminently.
are being collected. Yeah, imminently. The other guard that was with Terry is going up. And as you guys are fumbling, stumbling, getting yourselves together, as realizing, Inra ain't here.
Bro, this god is getting a two. What are the things called? I always forget what they're called. My talons.
Sickles.
Sickles pointed at him immediately in that hallway.
Avery's like by the door at the corner with a knife when they hear footsteps coming up.
Yeah, the guard like comes up to the door and
Explain
knocks.
yourself immediately. Howlen is looming in the hallway. Like, if you are between me and Inra, I'm mowing you down unless you explain yourself right now.
And the guard looks up and down at you and is like, intimidation.
Nice.
It is.
I'm approaching. Shadow being cast over this guy.
You loom over him, like standing at least a full foot over this man and looking down at him, like feathers bristling. And this guard says, "Listen, I'm looking for the friend or friends of Inra."
Found them.
Okay. We have collected.
Buckthorn out the door. Just like, what's going on?
Come out too. Still has a knife in hand, adjusting glasses and eyeing this guard over.
Both of the sickles are crossed at the wrist, and they are like scissors on either side of this person's neck.
Oh my god!
Explain yourself.
As you put that out, the guy's like, okay, hey, hold, no, come on.
Buckthorn steps in, cousin.
Who is this nice young man?
Looking for friends of Inra, and I was told to look for the man who had leaves in his hair and the antlers, and that looks like you.
Just like inside check real quick.
Yeah, Avery wants to make one too.
Yeah, go for
Fine.
it. Go for it.
22.
Man is terrified.
I think I can I think I can only sense terror is like.
Yeah. Terror only. Avery, absolutely this man somehow knew Buckthorn. You knew that Buckthorn went to the Silk Robe and told you that he spoke to Lillian, who then had like a freak out moment. And
I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, the guard's just like, we have Inra, but not in a bad way. Not a bad way.
The little close of the sickle's like just drawing closer, like.
Yeah.
Wait, conversation, just talking. Okay.
I'm gonna say the insight that Avery got is like, okay, I believe him, genuine.
Let's go see our friend Inra.
Yes, we can all talk together.
We'll talk together. Yeah. Follow me.
I will sound like you say follow me while still in the like shearer grasp of my weapons. It's okay if cousin says to settle.
Yeah.
Just a hand on the shoulder will suffice. I will pull back.
We need to keep
Thank
up
you.
appearances here.
That man's gonna need to change his clothes later.
Yeah.
Understandably so.
Oh lordy. This guard very swiftly speed walking to the other side of the plaza to the guardhouse where
Tie your jacket around your waist, good sir. That telltale hobble. That is full.
who put this piss in my pants? Oh no. You guys are brought over to the guard shack, and there are, some of the guards are up there. They look down at all of you being let in. But as you are let inside, there are several guards and several individuals who very much are not, who are in very unique and I guess what's the word I'm looking for? Specific to them. It's whatever. You get the idea.
No uniform.
Yeah, no uniform. Thank you. And the shack has nobody in it but individuals who look like they are either supposed to be there or who are there by invitation. There are no civilians in here. There's nobody like in any jail cell or like holding cell or anything. It's just you guys in this pretty dimly lit space, and the only light that's coming through is of the morning sun. And you guys will see Inra standing there, arms crossed, looking at you guys as you come in, and is looking right back at Terry. And a man in a guard uniform, but has like a little shoulder cape on, kind of longer platinum blonde hair with a like mustache that's like curled up at the edges. Addresses the guard as he comes in and says, "Well, thank you very much for grabbing Inra's friends." And what's that smell? and this man looks at him. Go ahead. And the guy just kind of walks away. And they give a nod to some guards that were kind of flanking you guys, and you see them bolt the door shut. And this man speaks. "Hello, new friends and old," looks to Inra. "My name is Lieutenant Davis. I am a guardsman for Multiport, and I decided to bring you here today. I'm sure you have plenty of questions. Inra, I'm sure more than some. But we caught wind that you all were in town and had a feeling that you all might try to do something. Please sit down." And chairs are actually pulled out for you guys, and a large round table is put into the middle of the room by several guards, and all these other individuals sit around it.
I think Buckthorn will sit at the table.
Yeah, Avery will join him.
Inra will do the same.
I'll do the same.
Where's Kim?
Standing, huge, intimidating.
You're not gonna sit
Yeah.
at the table?
No, Kim is comfortable being guard.
Yes.
Mm.
Standing behind everyone, looking down just in case people think they can get away with any shady business.
Okay, sounds good. You'll be keeping an eye out then.
Yes.
As you all sit down and everybody adjusts, Lieutenant Davis wiggles his shoulders a little bit and gets himself comfortable. Well, there's a lot of explaining to do, so allow me to speak first to maybe quell any questions you may potentially have. We are all gathered here for a specific purpose. That purpose will be shared. But let me regale you with why I collected you. I believe you, sir, by the description that was given to me, went to the Silk Robe last night and spoke with a young woman named Lillian, correct?
Correct.
That young lady happens to be the niece of a Baal Ekro, who was the owner of the Silver Platter, as you have probably seen the rubble adjacent to this building, and is currently under arrest and imprisoned by our current leaders. We are gathered because of that. And Lillian happens to be somebody who has assisted us in coming together. She informed me of your arrival and your mention of an Inra. Now, I remember Inra. Him and I, months ago, had worked together to defend this town, along with his friends, who I have now come to realize gave me incorrect names. One of them being Theraflor, which I don't know why I didn't see that one coming before. But I notice now. I understand their names are now Ashale and Therador. So, I took what Lillian had explained to me as y'all coming in here into the town and trying to do things on your own. Well, you don't need to, because that's what we are here for.
Buckthorn smiles.
Lieutenant Davis smiles back. And then Inra kind of looks a little shocked and looks over at Terry. Even him? and Terry kind of speaks up. Yes, even me, okay? Look, when all was said and done, your group kicked the shit out of me. And it scared me. And I decided that the work that I was doing was not what I wanted to do anymore. So I wanted to do somewhat the same work, but make it legit. So, here I am.
Perhaps be on the winning side this time. Avery gives like a happy little smile at Terry. Like, oh, I see you've had a hard time and maybe you earned it, but maybe this time you chose right, huh? Buster?
He kind of like grumbles.
I think Buckthorn will smooth over like the lingering tension with.
I'd hoped, actually, that we wouldn't have to be on our own at all. Men like Maxwell don't last long in power without significant struggle. I'm very happy to hear that we have friends
Lieutenant Davis
on
kind
the
of
inside.
Lieutenant Davis kind of smacks the table a little bit, just a abso-fucking-lutely. And you have that support here, because I'm going to be honest with you. Most of us here in this little shack had spent many a day, many a time with Belle and in the Silver Platter. And I'd like to think that I myself am one of the people who know her best, and she knew me best in kind. She does not strike me, nor did she ever strike me as a woman who would try to take power for herself. She was always very content with that little inn and tavern of hers, and that's how she wanted to keep it. her hiring people to do a political assassination never sat right with me. And so me being in my position, I went and I spoke with her. I expressed my support, and she then explained to me the true situation. That it was her niece who had a conversation with Inra, and that it was Inra and his friends that were trying to solve the problem. Sure, I will agree they went about it quite poorly. No offense, looks to Inra. None taken. But the fact of the matter is, this might be a blessing in disguise. Because look at the people around. It got all them thinking, got all them looking. Because when everything happened, Maxwell went full scorched earth. He was knocking on doors with his mercenaries, using any guards that he had any sort of power over to do the same thing. And then, when it was discovered that you and your friends had stayed at the Silver Platter, well, he took that as Bell knowing whatever your friends knew and whatever you know. And so what'd he do? He burned it to the ground immediately, taking everybody under arrest. And then who was there to cover his tracks? Dolly Tash. Of course they would. It ended up being a mess. It ended up being a right mess, and it never sat right with me, and it started to not sit right with other people, even after Dolly tried to smooth everything over and explain everything in their image. We had questions, and boy, how did we got answers. Especially after a certain individual who happened to be the roommate of Lillian, and who also happened to have secret dealings with Bel Ekro that night, after everything you all did, went missing. And we can only assume the worst. And what happened then? No investigation. Nothing. This happened in my part of the city. And I was told, don't think about it too hard. I thought about it very hard. And after some more communication with Belle, apparently she had some things in the works as well, as these gentlemen, and points to those who aren't in uniform, have been hired as a mercenary group to help us in a fight. And then Rook kind of raises his eyebrows. I'm sorry, in a fight? Well, yes, that's correct, young man. We here in this shack are very supportive of Belle and the fact that things do not smell right in this city. Belle still has some power left, and she's not gonna go down quietly. I like this place a lot. I like the city a lot. It's my home. I fought for it many times, and I'll continue to fight for it. And seeing a tyrant, two tyrants truthfully, do their own thing, and do some horrible things behind all our backs, that ain't honesty, and that doesn't earn my respect. Don't earn any of our respects. Like your very wise friend said, people like Maxwell don't stay in power long, especially when they take it by force. We don't stand for that here.
I think Buckthorn is just like beaming.
Yeah, Avery's definitely got a smirk too. Like, yeah, this is a pretty perfect position to be in if we wanted a rebellion.
We're all in agreement then.
Ira takes a long breath in and exhale out. So you want us to help, huh? Well, indeed we do. Ira has a half smile. Count me in. What's the plan? Well, and another guard pulls out a map of the plaza and explains, during the execution time, here's the guard plan that Maxwell and Dolly have requested, and shows several lines of guards in certain places, and explains that there will be at least 6 guards surrounding the gallows, and many, many more that are going to try and keep the crowd away. But Maxwell and Dolly want this to be a show, and so they're going to be center stage at the gallows.
Poor choice.
Mm-hmm. Asher thinking about those sniper calculations again.
Ooh, I've got such a spell for this.
The mercenaries and the main guards around will start explaining their portions in all this, and that some of the guards will be switched out with their soldiers, their supporters, to be mixed in with the others that they can't fully, convert. So the plan of it has been so far, what they can decipher is that before everything kicks off, there will be a signal of some variety. They will figure that out, and what they will try to do is take care of the line and then own that section of the plaza, trying to keep Maxwell and Dolly in.
I can definitely help with that.
We'd appreciate all your assistance. Some of us are mages, but we don't have the magic power that we wish we did to really close everything off. So if you got any tricks up your sleeves, we'll take it. And Lieutenant Davis looks over to Kim and says, also happy to see a shield maiden here. Thank you very much for everything you do, madam.
Bows her head, looking stern.
Avery's like locks and loads his crossbow, just without saying anything. He's just checking it out, making sure it's still in working condition. Just quietly over here.
Lieutenant Davis points at Asher, like smacks the leg of his chair. I like this man.
Avery gives a smile.
What's Howlin up to?
Howlin has just been sitting and listening this entire time. I think he deliberately only sat after Inra sat, and he sat beside Inra with that similar energy that he carried to that one guard. He hasn't let it go yet. I don't think he knows well enough how to pass the trustworthiness of this entire group. Like, not in a distrusting way. It's just like even if you are guards, I just intimidated one of yours, like, to piss himself. So, like, how good are you at this? Actually, there is, like, a sort of quietly judgy energy emanating off Howlin that is,
that's right.
Very clearly, I feel like it's radiating towards Inra and the group. Like, Inra's displeasure with the group initially has not waned on Howlin yet. Though Inra being like, count me in. He's like, okay. I think Howlin might actually mention it. How well trained are all of your guards?
Well, the guards here are as well trained as I am, and I've been doing this for a good amount of time. However, some of the newer recruits, it looks at Terry, not very much so. Very much a thuggish background, no offense. And they just kind of like shrug and shake their head. And there are a couple of them in there. And
is the one that I met still here?
Yep.
Because I'm looking around for that one.
Yeah,
like,
he's come back.
Fixes him with such a look.
He's changed his pants.
He has
Helen
changed.
looks at him clearly when he's like, how well are they trained? Because, like, I could have killed that one so easily.
Not off to a great first impression.
like,
Well, to be
Very
fair on Terry and Piss Spot,
we can't let that stick for him.
I feel so bad. I don't.
Anyone give me a name for him and I'll change it to that.
No,
This is the only defining factor right now.
What if his name was something like, what's a P name? Piss Pot Peter. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say Peter.
Shakes the Peter.
To be fair to Terry and Peter, they were coming at us specifically non-lethally. Like, to be fair to them.
Yeah. But he turned to shit. Like, there's
You had knives around his neck.
So there will be worse threats at an
He
execution.
turned to piss, to be clear.
To be quite yellow, actually.
The man needs to hydrate.
Anyway,
So,
Awful.
Lieutenant Davis will say that those individuals are primarily folks that wanted to stay in their line of work, but who had previously worked for Maxwell. So Maxwell did not offer anybody any training. They are just simply, they walked in with what they could, and we have been trying to train them since. Some have taken it more to others, but that's why we have these mercenary men here. They are, from what I hear, well worth the coin. So, and they, all the few individuals in here will speak up and say, we've done what we can. We've trained hard. We do this for a living. We have more men who aren't in here, but who are in the outskirts of town, waiting.
Do I recognize any of these fellas from the night before?
From the
At
night
the guild
before?
or no?
No. But I will say, make a history check with advantage because noble.
And I like stories of glory stories. 17.
17, pretty good. These mercenaries specifically are fairy folk, actually. They don't really have a unifying name, but for those in the know of who to talk to, will find these mercenaries and can easily hire them. So it has to be somebody who is aware of fairy forest affairs and endeavors. So Howland knowing that for sure. Honestly, I should have had Buckthorn make the roll as well, but it didn't cross my mind immediately. But Howland will absolutely pick up on this. They specifically do not want to make a big name for themselves, probably because of Baba Wenti doing her thing. But you find them, you pay them, they'll do the job. So that leads Howland and Buckthorn now realizing that as well, probably to know that if Lieutenant David said that Bell apparently managed to get these folks, Bell has some sort of fairy forest connection then.
I think Helen does that sort of satisfied sit up and back, like, okay, I'll stop. Like, that inspires a bit more confidence than Pisspot Peter and whatnot.
And Terry.
And Terry.
Yeah. Terry, whoever that is. Yeah, actually, because Inra said that they kicked his ass before, so Helen's like, who's Terry? Terrence.
I will say the reason why you know these mercenaries as well is because of what they do have, and it is white stripes on their armor. Painted on, but that's literally their only identifying feature. No name, just that.
You really didn't think to name them the White Stripes?
Nope.
And when they enter the room with their sparkles and shit, ooh. No, I think Howlen gives a... What happens if Howlen of the Eventell Wilders of Talon specifically, it makes eye contact with one of them? Is there any mutual recognition, or is it like, I'm important, I don't know who you are?
Yeah, they probably don't know who you are, honestly. But you all have definitely heard of them.
Helen will introduce himself, a more subdued one, suitable for the war table.
And you'll get some nods, and nobody really speaks outright of like, oh, I know who you are, but Lieutenant Davis says, well, interesting to have some nobility at the table. Welcome.
I definitely think that between our skills, we can make life a living hell for Maxwell.
I believe we can as well. Now,
Let's make this one for the history books.
Indeed we shall. And Inra's looking at the map, and he's been like laser focused in. And he's looking at like the drawings of where everybody will be. He says, is anybody going here? Is anybody pushing through here? Is that part of the plan? And he points at the gallows. And some of the mercenaries kind of like tilt a head at him. And Lieutenant Davis says, the plan was to entrap them in and then push forward. And Inra speaks up. Now, I'm no tactician. I'm not going to tell you guys to change a plan. I'm not going to say anything, but I have an idea.
Let's hear it.
I want to go in. And one of the mercenaries just kind of like raises a hand to his head and like puts his elbow on the table and looks at Inra. What are you doing that for? Those are my friends up there. I don't want them to just be waiting there with a rope around their neck. Especially if Maxwell is going to be there. Waiting. Seeing all this happen? No. And, you know, what happens if, you know, he gets the idea to run? Is he going to be a problem? And they kind of look at each other, and Lieutenant Davis speaks up. It has been a point of contention before, interesting that you bring that up, young man, that somebody needs to distract those two, Maxwell and Dolly. Dolly specifically, because she is a tactician. She knows how to fight. That is their forte. And we would hope that any of us could fire shots or cast spells at them to keep them on their toes. That way they can't catch a grasp on the situation and keeping everybody a little bit more in disarray except for our own. And shrugs, okay. I'll go in. Davis is like, young man, I don't mean no offense, but you sure about that? He says, yes.
I have confidence in Inra.
Helen was beginning to lean towards Indra in the way of like, well, we had the whole wolf plan. Are you not going to just be a dog somewhere? Like, kind of like, are you sure about that loom from Indra? I mean, Helen towards Indra. Then Buckthorn agrees, and Helen's like, oh, sits back.
Besides, he won't be alone. Again, cocks the crossbow.
Another crossbow hits the floor, another one is loaded.
Yeah. Dual wielding now.
We need... Avery invents a gun.
Oh, I will. Avery's whole attitude has flipped to, I'm looking for my brother. I'm gonna kill God.
Yeah.
Let's start with a benefactor.
This is a practice run, really.
Yeah, true.
This is a test. Inra looks to Buckthorn and like gives a solid nod. I have traveled for 3 months now. I've been through hell twice over, it feels like. I've had some very wonderful people who have helped train me. I may not be great, but I can hold it. At least for a bit. I can do this. If you need a distraction for Dolly, guess what? These four? Some of the best fighters I've ever seen. Don't keep them busy. I want to get my friends off those gallows. And besides, if I can give them a weapon while I'm over there, Theodore? He's a problem. A shale? She's a fucking powerful wizard, for crying out loud. Getting those two on the field to work on that end, it can work. I've seen them do insane shit. Now, I'm not telling you to do anything else, but just put in your plan that I'm in there and that those two up there will be doing the best they can. You focus on what you gotta do, we'll focus on what we have to. Mercenary speaks up again. You're really bold, kid. You're really bold. I'm not gonna tell you it's a good idea, but I'm not gonna tell you it's a bad one. But I am gonna tell you, it's gonna be rough. I know that. I know that. I came here knowing that. That no matter what I did, it was gonna be rough. I'm not backing away from this. And besides, also, fun little bit of information for you, we got reinforcements on the way. And everybody kind of perks up a little bit. Excuse me? Reinforcements? Yeah. Val, Robert, the other two, they're not coming here in chains. They're on a ship with a crew of at least 60 to 80 people. The tone kind of shifts. Well, that's mighty interesting. Look, I can talk to them. I can communicate and try to explain a plan to them. They'll do whatever you guys need. They'll be here to help. Everybody just there's a few murmurs and whatnot. Well then, we will tell you what the plan is to inform your reinforcements, who will hopefully be arriving post-haste and on time. But anything that happens beyond here, and Lieutenant Davis points at the line of the guards, that's all on you, and points to all of you. So you decide. we can't be responsible for that, but we will appreciate the help nonetheless. Inra looks to you guys. What do you think?
Thorn gives a look to Kim, Helen, and Avery.
Yep. Avery is holding his weapon. If that's any indication, he's ready to do this. He'll get
He's
into the
holding a
thick of it.
weapon. These hands.
He's got a confident smile on his face.
I think Buckthorn reaches out a hand to Howland and says, "This could be your chance for carving out some of that glory."
Alan looks vaguely displeased with the plan for Inra to be anywhere near the gallows. But he spoke so impassionedly, if that's a word.
We can't
Buckthorn is
disrespect
right.
him by, you know.
No. He makes a fantastic point. Helen will say again to Inra, I'll follow your lead. It is begrudging, but he will do whatever Inra says.
Yep, we're ready to back Inra up, is the vibe.
Inra
I have
has...
some suggestions of how you can best make use of us.
Inra swallows really hard, and you guys can hear that, like, he's emotional by the support, but he's keeping it down. And he's going to grab Howland by the forearm and look right at him and say, "Thank you. Thank you, all of you."
You know, just like the telltale, like, poof of the feathers. like all
The
of
equivalent
angry,
of Howland blushing.
Honestly, all of the like angry, stern, stiff-shouldered, upright backs, and then just given away completely by the big bird puff. he's so flattered.
Avery just gives a firm nod.
So then... Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
No, go ahead. I want to hear this.
It's fine. I'll bring it up.
The energy of Howland. Just like,
Come on,
it's
what
fine.
do you need to say? Stop looking at me.
So, with all of this together and plans being told, here's what I'm going to do. To take 5 minutes, I'm going to show you guys what the map is going to look like, and you guys will be able to formulate what you want to do quickly, and I'm going to tell you how the NPCs are going to act in all of this.
Okay.
All right. Let's get into the war table meeting.
Let's get into the war table meeting.
Hell yeah.
Rewind the time a little bit as we look at the map of the execution. While you were all at the battle table, plans are being made, explanations are being told. Everybody's telling each other where they would like to be and what their plan is. The allies will be mixed in with the guard line and will try to cut off Maxwell and Dolly and anybody else from leaving the peninsula. Excuse me. Lieutenant Davis will be amongst them on his Pintari bird named Slaps. It's very important.
Have webbed feet.
Yeah, he does. He's one of the duck versions, so he's named Slaps.
Yes. Oh, yes.
We love him.
We love him. Several of the mercenaries are being placed at the allied section, so that way they can bust through and spread out, at least on one side. That's all that they could afford to right now. With Asher prepared on the temple outcropping, going to be invisible because of Howland's magic. Howland and Buckthorn will be waiting amongst the crowd again at another allied point, and Kim all the way on the top of the temple, ready to head down like a Valkyrie into the fray.
Yep.
Yes.
And that is a plan that is formulated. And through all this, Inra will have one request of all of you. And he will humbly request You let me face Maxwell first. I have this feeling. I just have this feeling. If he is not taken care of, he's gonna mess everything up. And if he thinks that he's cornered, he's just gonna run, and that's gonna screw up everything. I just have this feeling in my gut. I don't know why, but I do. And that aside, I want to hurt him. I know I can't kill him. I know I can't. But let me just keep him busy just for a little while. Let everybody get in position. Let everything get set up. And then I'll give you guys a sign. And you go in. Okay? Just... This is personal. As much as I think I need to do this. Just for a little while.
You have our support.
I understand.
Hand on his shoulder.
He looks to Howlin.
Howland looks pretty chuffed with your claim that you want to hurt him, honestly.
Oh my god.
And is 100% supportive, though will say, can't have you looking like a scruff when you go there. Want me to trim those?
He like holds the side of his head where his hair's grown out a little bit. Yeah, that'd be really nice.
Without the
Thanks.
sickle.
It's like King Solaire. Howland puts his nose up and starts walking away with a diss to that king that we met that was also scruffy looking.
Mira's like, wait, huh? That? Huh?
You look like King Solaire as an insult.
That's...
And then I think marches away to do more like training or whatever it is that's happening.
All right, he really, really appreciates that. And the evening before, Howlin, you sit Inra down and you clean up the sides of his head, making him look quite sharp, very put together. And when the time comes where you start to see the crowds gathering outside at the execution stand, you all help each other get armored up, ready to go. Inra adjusting his shoulders, making sure that he's put together, and he fiddles with the leather strap of beads that Tessie had given him. You all head down to the crowd and mingle. You all know who your allies are. Everybody's been marked. You all have agreed to put white stripes on your armor so you know who is who. And Inra, on his own, decided to take a strip of blue cloth and put it around his waist.
Oh.
As you all set up, he brings Igmut over to where Buckthorn and Howlin are. And he just says, no matter what happens, I know we'll succeed. Thank you for everything. And make sure those two understand that as well, okay? And gently points over to where Asher and Kim are.
Sure they do.
He's not great at speeches, but he just speaks his mind.
I do think before you go, Howland will... Is this now a good time to bardically inspire?
Totally.
Inra?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's going to leave you with that. It is only melody at this stage.
All right. That was good. And just as Inra is about to leave with Igmut, Terry actually taps him on the shoulder. Says,
Oh god.
Hey, look, and he kind of steps for a little bit. I know you don't like me, and I don't expect you to, all right? But I just want to be honest. That day, when everything happened, I was told to beat you to hell, and if you died, you died. And I'm going to be honest, I was okay with that. But the more I've thought about it, and the more I got scared and that I was on the receiving end of what I did to you, I'm sorry I put you through it. I am. And no matter which way this goes, I just need to tell you that. So, I'm sorry. And before Inra can say anything, Terry just turns around and gets back into position. Inra just kind of gives a nod to Terry's back and continues to his position with Igmut.
I just realized something. As if Helen would not say something to Inra in the finals. Rewind a moment.
Yeah, we can rewind a moment.
I said wordless song, and I was like, as if you're not gonna say anything, you chatterbox. Sorry, it's just that it's midday.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
No, yeah, I do think the bardic inspiration will be a majority music, but he will probably end with like the shoulder touch and shall we compose a glorious end to this horrendous story?
I like the sounds of that.
And Helen will lean in closer. Don't think of dying.
He takes like his hand and puts it like around the back of Helen's head and says, I won't.
Goddamn.
Right?
Yep, okay, cool. Perfectly fine. Strum, bye.
another round of featherproof.
Yes, it's so the way that I imagine Howland's standing back and like adjusting his coat, and Buckthorn's like knowing side glance gives me the shits. No.
With one final message sent to Inra from Cordelia, she says,
Is everything underway? Are we too late? Or are we early?
He replies, if you're in the bay, you're right on time. Get Val and Robert over here as quick as you can. And Inra's holding on to Igmut's horn. Igmut kind of like jostles and like is kind of like pushing Inra, and Inra says to Igmut in Orcish, what's the problem? What do you want? And Igmut with his horn actually starts to lift Inra onto his back. And Inra, shocked and feeling so powerful, I guess is the right word for it. He feels emboldened. A storm cloud forms in the sky, dark and gray, and rain starts to gently fall. And we will end session here.
Exciting!
Wow.
How many days of undercover D&Ding has it been?
6 days now.
Wow. Almost a week.
Yeah.
For almost a week, we've been betraying your other crew.
Wow.
It's good cause.
I would not call a surprise party a betrayal.
Yeah.
They are
Isn't
going
it?
to be. Well,
It's undermining them.
No. Maybe you're undermining them, Sarah.
Okay, fine. We're overmining them.
Surprise party is such a good phrase because it's a pun.
Yeah.
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 The cost to get across. Oh my god, stop me with the rhyme!
Are you composing a musical, friend?
The fee?
The fee, thank you, good god, the fee to get
And the
across.
cost to get across. No, we're just writing this down. These are lyrics, bro.
I keep
Bars,
doing
as
this
they
with you
say.
guys
The
around.
large barge and the small barge. And the cost to get across.
This is gonna haunt me for a while. For Igmut, for all of you, and enough space where if you guys wanted to, you could pitch up some canvas tents. It's gonna be a little tight, but it can be done.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But otherwise, it's just there was a witty joke I was gonna put in there. Sombrero, cut this out. It's gone now.
Okay, we can say anything we want. Penis.
That's gonna go in the bloopers now.
You've ruined him. Now all of China will know.
Why does my tea smell burned? What the hell? What happened?
Oh,
Huh?
that ain't right.
That ain't right at all. Still gonna drink it, but that ain't right.
If it tastes like consumable still.
Yeah, no, taste it. No, that's too hot. I'm sorry, I just got the weirdest text message from my roommate. If you were fighting a flock of geese, how many do you think you could fight? No weapons.
Okay, now that Christian is posted to all of us.
How many? What type of shoes am I wearing? Is the question.
Yeah, that's a good
any type of
question.
shoes you
Have you
want.
You met an angry Canada Goose because you might want to rethink your statement.
No, I think the fear of God and like the wrath of being attacked by a goose would see me through. Like they've got intimidation factor, I've got raw mass.
That's where you got me beat.
Maybe
Yeah, true.
if I kick one of those motherfuckers, it's dying.
But first you gotta get it in its head with those long legs and like skinny ass head.
I think that me and a goose could have personal beef, so maybe I should leave it at 1 just for respect's sake.
Fair.
But I'd take down its whole family.
I'm like,
Kill your whole family.
I'm so confident that I'm like, I could take on an army of geese. Like,
Okay.
I feel like I'd stand a better chance if I don't know who here has seen Train to Busan, but if I did the thing where they like wrapped their arms with duct tape.
yeah, see, that's what I'm like. If I wear really strong leather boots, like the goose have nothing. They've got their bites. Yeah, I've got leather boots on.
That's
I feel like
luck.
it's half psychological, yeah? It's like the it's gonna like really mess you up, but if you get past that, I'm dying to like 2, I reckon.
I can say in full confidence, I can take 1 because I have taken 1. Short of long, I was in California. I went to Alcatraz Island on like a museum tour or whatever. They had angry geese there. One goose decided to attack me and my buddy. I grabbed it by the neck and I threw it away.
Yeah, the neck is like just get it by the neck.
The buddy
That's
or the
not like
goose?
if I had
Yes.
hand coverage, just get it by the neck and you're good.
Yeah.
Like you can have a goose flail if you get it by the neck, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get to attack the others.
Angry Geese is our band name, the 5 of us.
Yeah, you're right.
I love that.
A flock of geese.
Flock of seagulls.
Oh no. We're a terrible
geese.
Flock of Seagulls cover band.
Yeah. Everything we do is like kind of jank and weird, but fun.
Yeah. Thank you, roommate, for derailing us for a brief moment. That was a flashbang of a message. I thought I was gonna get like a totally different message from them. Nope, that one. Okay, thank you. Anyway.
Cheers. Goodbye, lunch jacket.
Goodbye,
We left you in it.
We left you in the box.
You're gonna be our anchor. A good reason to come back.
You have to come back for the donkey.
Oh, sorry, I've forgotten my jacket.
I forgot my ass. I mean, what?
Thanks, Rom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Eat so much shit. All of it. Every single dropping in this forest. Eat it. Oh, man. You've been quiet for like 6 episodes and then you like pop out like anyway. Yoink! Oh.
Yeah.
I am exhausted
Bust that
listening to
fucking
the
lid open.
Yeah.
open. So open.
Exploded
What
the
the
bottle.
hell?
Yeah.
I knew it was gonna be some bullshit like this. It's Rom. It's Rom and it's great.
It's Roman's grave by our powers combined.
I felt like we been new, but I cannot even. I need to show you guys my notes actually.
Boy,
Nothing
the
that usually is
performance
better
of it
than-
all.
It was so good, guys. And like a testament to how well it was performed, I have a headache. And it set in like at the top end of the nightmare and stayed like a stress headache, like a full-on stress headache.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The other group is gonna have a flip shit when they see this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're gonna have a flip.
Hello, Inra's team. It's technically this like started off with this because Inra like came to us like my entire team's dead, and it's my fault. You know, yuck. That's so tasty. Yum 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 yum. But you know what I mean? Yuck in the brain sense. I want to fucking puke. This is all getting caught on Craig, right? Because I need Sombrero to hear this. Yes. I don't know why. I just need more people to hear this. Yeah. you hearing this, Spider-Man? Like, you know that. Far out. No. Like, Avery slapped in that scene.
Oh, yeah.
I love how defiant you were, because at every moment of both you building up to it, I was like, stop, first of all. But then also, I want to see where this goes. And like, additionally, when you got there, like, do not grab that hand. But then also like, oh, but you know, it's really, I'd understand if you did though. You held your own.
You held out so good.
When the other one started crying, I felt like puking. That was awful. Like, how dare you? Like, angry? Yeah, sure. That's kind of like a mirror. Yeah. But like crying, you're evil. Fucking Mim in the background is like, so just so you know, Buckthorn hands you a leaf. Do you want to talk about it?
I mean,
oh wait, I just realized there's more entendre there. No entendre, there's more implication. Yeah.
Shit.
I rolled that leaf. Sorry, I'm back. Oui, with French. Okay. Inra's got a phone?
Damn. He's
what kind of phone do you think Inra has?
Yeah, what's her name? Cordelia's calling.
Yeah, Cordelia the hag.
Oh.
I gotta take this.
1 second.
What is his phone background is the most important question.
Obviously, it's a
Igmut.
picture. Yeah, it's a picture of Igmut. But like
So
with
true.
like a daisy on it, on his nose.
The split second he managed to get a daisy on Igmut's head before Igmut inevitably shook it off and glared at him.
Yeah. Which one of the characters does the like selfie lock screen?
I'm back.
Helen.
Hi.
Helen.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I heard selfie lock screen and I thought about it for a second. It took me some time to download that. Yeah, Howland, sorry.
Oh, I meant on Inra's phone. Like
yeah, Howlen.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
look, maybe give it a few days. Flips my feathers.
My mistake. I had it set to beasts with swim speeds because I was looking for stuff. I can also. What's Inra's level? Is it 7 or 6?
7.
Okay, I can turn Inra into a giant ape or a mammoth. If Inra was level 8, I could turn him into a T-Rex.
Oh my god.
You know the scene in Jurassic Park where it just grabs the guy out of the car?
Yeah.
With the whole roof and everything. Oh man.
Oh.
You can do that.
Damn.
Other things that I could turn, those are like the highest CR things I could turn him into. Other things are like Triceratops, giant crocodile.
Oh my god.
Brontosaurus.
Oh my god.
Elephant.
These aren't necessarily covert animals, but they do send a message.
God, Inra does have land before time energy. You would suit being a.
It does make me cry.
Oh my god, yeah. Twilight Princess Link.
Yeah, no, you know how he said like, God,
Yep.
she's so Twilight Princess.
I was
Link
gonna
at, like,
say
the
he's
first
finished his
session.
Twilight Princess arc.
Yeah.
Now he's become Twilight Princess Link fully now.
You talk to a tree. You got a sword. You got a shield. You're a bard, and now you're a wolf.
Now you're a wolf. Boy.
The legend of.
And you kind of went to the
Inra.
Twilight realm in your dreams briefly with the masked being telling you to wake up. You know?
The legend of karma. yeah.
Just
See,
saying.
Wow. That wasn't
don't sue
intentional.
us, Nintendo. Yeah, right. It's just good.
It's just good writing.
Yeah.
The legend of karma, I guess.
Karma and all this, I like to think, is like attached to Inra's back, invisible.
Just like hanging on, going
Yeah.
for a joyride on the wolf.
Yeah, I like that thought.
We went and saw the
Cousins.
Deku tree, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, it really
That's
is
so good.
Zelda.
Yeah.
When we were talking to the tree, I'm like, damn. And you called Inra one of the forests? I was like, man, okay, fairy boy, you know? That's a thing from Ocarina of Time. That's felt like a hate crime as I just said it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's a Zelda reference. It's a Zelda reference.
Yeah.
It's for stealth.
Or I could turn him into a hunting hawk.
Oh.
That'd be a bizarre. Turns Inra into a real owl next to Howlin.
It's uncanny and
Howlin.
strange. I don't like it. Make him a mouse.
You guys ever seen the owl coming out of anesthesia and like they put him in the cage and he just fucking face plants?
Yeah.
And like being turned into an owl just immediately. What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mouse
honey.
is more discreet.
Yes. Nobody's gonna be like, hey, that guy who was asking questions came into the guild with a hunting hawk on his arm. What's that about?
Yeah.
Yeah.